They came from the darkness. First a dot, then a glare, splitting into thousands of tendrils snaking across the stars. Left unchecked, the Tyranids would swarm and devour these worlds of man. This cannot happen. Chosen from across all chapters of the Adeptus Astartes, we are the angels of death. We are the nightmares of our enemies. We are the fine blade that pierces the heart. We are the Deathwatch. And this sector will not fall.
Hello, and welcome. Today, the game we are checking out is Warhammer 40,000 Deathwatch. This is another Warhammer game that has been lost to time, delisted. But unlike the others, this one is a little less inconvenient to get your hands on. This one you can at least buy a physical copy of the PS4 version, which is what we are doing. There, of course, is other options like going to a key reseller site to get the Steam version, but physical copies certainly easier than that. Alright, let's jump on in. The Outer Reaches. Astropathic messages are coming from the Astolat sector, telling of the coming of the Tyranids. The Deathwatch are gathering intelligence and evacuating valuable assets from potentially doomed worlds. Hiveguard have an extremely powerful impaler cannon which they can use when they start their turn with a Space Marine in line of sight. Okay. We're certainly not going to have to face any of them this early in the game. Wow. It certainly has high load times.
Brothers of the Deathwatch, you are here to purge the Xenos threat and secure this extraction zone. Your battle brother will arrive shortly with important intelligence.
Selecting units. To perform actions such as moving or shooting with a Deathwatch Marine, you must first select him. You can select them by cycling between units with L1 and R1. The selected Marines options are then displayed. You can move him to another tile or attack enemies. You can switch between move and attack mode using R2. On both modes, you can select the tile you want with left stick and then confirm with X. Okay. I see. Yeah. So no real reason. No real... Man. Okay, so the noises they make are pretty loud. But yeah, no real reason to move. Should probably just stand here and blast. Let's go after this one. Wow, okay, no. That is getting turned down a little. Your Space Marine have 4 action points. Yes, I remembered this. That's what I was keeping track of. Like, movement and attacks deplete that gauge. Attacking or moving, 1 square costs 1 AP. Some larger weapons can cost more AP to fire. That's why even though it was trying to tell me to move, I did not do it, because I remembered that function. Because I can just stand here and blast them all. Okay. Wow, the sound balancing is crazy in this game. Some things are so much louder than others. When all your team members have used all their AP, or earlier if you wish, you can end your turn. The enemy will get a turn, and then it's back to you. Click the touchpad. Okay, touchpad to end turn. But yeah, so the PS4 and Steam release versions of these are considered the enhanced edition.
Guide him to the extraction zone.
Even though this one did not say enhanced edition on like the menu or like the okay, assault marines. This space marine is an assault marine. He can perform melee attacks as well as ranged attacks. If an assault marine is adjacent to an enemy, when he attacks, he will do a melee attack. Yes. But yeah, even though the box to this PS4 game, I'm hitting buttons. Even though the box to this PS4 game did not say enhanced edition, online it said that the Steam and PS4 versions were the enhanced ones. Which, for those that don't know, this was originally a mobile game back in the day. It was $5. It was $4.99. Unlike early iPhones. I know this because I owned it. I had it on iPhone all the way back then. And by enhanced, it just must mean it's like the upgraded version. It's like no longer a mobile game kind of thing. Okay. No D-pad. So weird that it doesn't want me to use D-pad. I gotta use the analog stick. You know, they've got gaunts here that are melee attacks are all about risk and reward. They are very powerful attacks, but you have to get in close. Also, if your opponent has a melee weapon, they'll have a chance to counterattack after you attack. Well, we're not going to worry about that. We're just going to get out of here. Okay, before we get out of here, we'll exterminate some of them. I don't think we have any kind of Overwatch ability. This kind of grid makes me want to use D-pad. My thumb keeps drifting over to D-pad and it does nothing. We did it. Get us out of here. I forgot how quiet this game is. It makes me want to play like some other soundtrack in the back, like the Mechanicus soundtrack. Mission cleared. But then again, trying to go for the authentic experience here, the true, what this game is truly like all the way till the end. Don't want to taint it with me putting my own soundtrack over its ominous silence. Yeah, okay. Yes, give me the plasma gun. It didn't like it. X was just to inspect it. I was just trying to get to the next thing, but it was circle to get to the next thing. Oddly enough, the YouTube music system is very busted at times. So for those that don't know, like most video game music is not in like the system for like YouTube music, right? Like when you upload it, it doesn't get flagged at all. It doesn't get flagged as saying, like, this music is okay to use. That kind of thing. Just nothing happens. And the problem with this, like, which most creators are like, oh, that's great. That means you can use video game music for, like, all your videos. The problem with this, that I have experienced over time, is that it does not stop people from illegally sampling from that music and then, like, copywriting that music and, like, uploading it to YouTube and then going around and, like, copyright claiming, like, so they get the revenue from your video of a bunch of stuff they didn't do, right? They're like, oh, I took a minute and a half from this.
The enemy is coming. You must hold them at bay until the intelligence inside this space has been cleared.
I took a minute and a half from this Alien vs. Predator game and put it in my song. I took some ambient noises from this one portion of these, 3 songs from this album, but none of these are in the YouTube system, so they don't know, kind of thing. There's a lot of stuff like that. And Mechanicus is unfortunately on that list of, like, people have stolen from the soundtrack, and as a result, it's no longer a safe soundtrack to use. Unless YouTube does something about it someday. And removes those songs that have illegally taken from the Mechanicus soundtrack. Okay. Let's do this guy first, since he's the most likely to miss, since he's in the back here. Wow, good hit. That guy did much worse, even though he was closer. Oddly enough, this is actually, in some ways, this is actually the like final game in a trilogy for this developer. There was actually, oh, okay, we can't Overwatch. Can be set to Overwatch. Space Marines on Overwatch will conserve the remaining AP and use them in the enemy turn whenever an enemy moves into range. That's a weird phrasing. You can change the selected ability using left and right buttons. Press square button when a Space Marine is selected to activate. But yeah, there was 2 other games. I can't remember the full title, but it was a series called Hunters. And they made 2 of those. Are they going? All right, there we go. Now I can move. It was a series called Hunters. And after they made 2 of those, they then made this game. So really, it's like they made Hunters, perfected that system, and then adapted it to 40K after. This guy on the left is kind of in danger. Let's do this. All right, come on. No, back this way. No, back this way, come on. There you go. Oh, it didn't even... Oh, jeez, I gotta do it for all them over. Oh, wow, this is such an imprecise way to do this. Well, you don't both gotta waste your Overwatch. Weird that the secondary Overwatch did not activate for those two. All right. No? What has happened here? Come on. Then switch. Yep, melee. And you miss. Okay, well, that's fine. Oh, I see. This guy's attack takes 2. That's certainly bad. Now at least those two have to move a space. Like, that one would have been able to use its AP to attack right off the bat. No more. Oh, you know, I did not mess around with switching to that plasma gun at all. Okay. Where are they at? Well, you know, the positioning that they're standing in is probably good enough. Right, yeah, it's only been one turn. You don't have to remind me to use it again. Okay, and then this guy. Yeah, why does it not activate again? What's with that? You know, I thought some of them were using spine fists, but I guess not. They just all have their scything talons out. You know what really never gets used? Rippers. Rippers with spine fists. Because that is a thing. I mean, it sure was like... It sure was like, just... Because they tried to, like, erase Rippers completely at one point, where they just didn't even have them in the Codex, but... Before that, they actually... Back in the days of when they had lots of options for mutations, they not only had Rippers with things... What the fuck was that? I did not click again. Why did he swing it? Nothing there. Okay, did not use a bubble of his. I thought it did. But yeah, back then... They did not only have... They did not only have Rippers with spine fists as an option, they also had Winged Rippers as an option. Which means you could theoretically get... Yeah, we're just farming XP here a little. You know, why not? I'm not sure what XP is going to do for us in the long run, but why not get a little bit extra here? Oh, we've got infinite waves of enemies coming at us. Can they attack? Seemingly no targets for them. We'll do this. No targets for them. Fine, we'll go. But yeah, you sure never see games like this, like, because most games stick to the normal stuff. Maybe if there was, like, a fully in-depth Total War version of 40K someday, maybe they would have the guts to include Winged Rippers with spine fists, but as of right now, it's never gonna happen. Power Axe. I keep forgetting how to clear this. But alright, maybe we should check out... Maybe we should check out our inventory. See what's going on in there. See if we should give someone the Power Axe and that plasma gun. But yes. Okay, well, before I talk more about mutations and other stuff in old codexes, yeah, let's go into the inventory. Okay, they all have level ups. There's a detailed view of your Space Marine. You can upgrade, re-equip, or sell your Space Marine. You can press the touchpad to get more information at any time. You can sell your Space Marine for requisition points by pressing L1. Equipped war gear will be kept and will not be sold. You can change the ranged weapons loadout by pressing the square button. You might also be able to change the melee weapon loadout by pressing the triangle button if a Marine is able to use melee weapons. A Marine's unspent XP is shown on the left. If killed during a mission, all their unspent XP will be lost. You can spend XP to unlock abilities, traits, or war gear slots. You can spend XP to upgrade your stats by pressing the square button. You can see your base stats on the box on the right. Abilities have to be activated during a mission, and once used, have a cooldown timer before they can be used again. Traits are always active and have a permanent effect. War gear slots can be filled with any war gear item and can be swapped out before any mission. Health, accuracy, crit. I feel like accuracy is probably more important than anything else right now. 5 extra health does not seem like a lot to me. Wow, doing... Okay, now we gotta get out of here. Okay, all they can use is the heavy bolter. No, we're not gonna sell Lucius. Ulrich, foe hammer. No, I don't know why I would change that power axe. It does not seem better. Lower bottom damage. Like if it was like 86 to 95, I would do it, right? Because then at least it would be in the middle range. The chainsword would have a higher top damage, but no, there's no reason to use that power axe. We'll see how the plasma does. But yeah, maybe we should have just stood there. If I was playing on my own time, if I was not recording this, right? I probably would have just stood there farming XP for quite a long time. Because it seems like a very easy XP farm, after all. Just stand right next to the spots and just blow away the Tyranids every step they take towards you. Maybe we'll put more points into other things later, but I definitely want to get the accuracy up more than it is. Oh, we didn't read what buying time was, I don't think. Okay, the outer reaches. Astropathic messages are coming from the Astrolite sector telling... Oh no, that is the same. Never mind. Yeah, I'm wondering if this ends with us boarding a Tyranid ship, which would be really neat. It's a shame we never got a modern Space Crusade game. Like the original Space Crusade board game, which was like boarding a Tyranid ship. It sure would be crazy. Obviously...
Brothers, it is too late for this planet. High-ranking officials of the Imperium are being evacuated. Retake the generator so the tech priests within can escape this doomed world.
Like, if Kill Team had done better... If Kill Team had done better and we got a sequel that was boarding a Tyranid ship, oh my god, I would have loved it. I would have been all about that. Veteran Tactical Marine has been added to your squad. In addition to Standard Marines, the Deathwatch can recruit veterans, champions, and heroes. The better the Space Marine rank, the more potential they have to grow. Well, I do love the fact that it's like a real squad, that any of them can die at any time. And then you have to, like, actually get new members. That is pretty neat. Marmaroth. There we go. That's the square I'm trying to go to. It's always wise to consider your approach to an unexplored area. Here, you could charge in with head-on assault or split your team and flank the enemy from both sides. The choice is yours. Well, let's see, if I'm, like, taking the camera around to see what you're talking about. So by flank, it means going through that side. Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, going for... I mean, flanking sure is nice, yeah, but... I honestly, the flank is not that advantageous there. I don't see much difference between... going in the front door and using those side entrances. Like, it looks like it's gonna take multiple turns just to get to those entrances. I would rather us just go in the front door and sit there and overwatch. I do wonder... You know, it would have been nice if this game let you change camera angle. Like, it's all isometric. It would have been nice if it let you get a better camera angle on the action. I think it would have definitely added to the cinematic appeal, but I forget what that thought interrupted. Like, I forget the original thought I was just having there. That one interrupted what I was originally saying, but I know I was thinking about Mordheim and how this feels a little bit like Mordheim, but not quite. That's why I was gonna say something about, like, this champion and everything else that has felt like Mordheim so far, and then Mordheim's camera angle and how I like that camera angle better interrupted that thought, and that's why I shifted to talking about the isometric camera. But whatever. Obviously, we're just gonna overwatch into here. Yeah, I suppose we can do that too. Right, why Overwatch if we don't have to? Yes, before we jumped into leveling up and all that, I was thinking about the old school codexes, like specifically the 3rd edition and the 4th edition are my favorites when it comes to codexes in Warhammer 40k. Ooh, that's problematic. Probably can't shoot. Can at least get to here. There, one less problem. But yeah, there's certainly... Good. Not that much damage. There certainly was a lot more variation in those ones. And even though 4th edition still feels like there's a lot of variation, they had already, like, kind of stepped away from it. Like, it's like they put all the variation onto things like the Hive Tyrant and the Carnifex, but they certainly scaled back from it for everything else. No Overwatch? Okay. Jeez. The controls are very uncooperative. Okay. Now, you face that way. In fact, maybe a little bit... Sure, that's good enough. You go there. You go there. Overwatch there. Done. Oh. The first one with a ranged weapon. Got a flesh borer over there. Well, I certainly still hear them, so I don't know if I should trust just moving straight to those places there. Let's just go 2 spaces up. Okay. That guy's Overwatch is pretty much ruined now, but oh well. This guy's Overwatch was better anyways. There seems to be the way it just turned and looked at him. All right. Yeah, come on. No. The way it like deselects them after they fire is so inconvenient. So far, the majority of this has been me fighting with these controls. It's so... I don't know. Like, I wish there was some kind of indicator somewhere of, like, you know, like their faces on the right or something to, like, show who it's gonna cycle to next. But there is not.
Now hold this position. Fight off the enemy counterattack.
Oh, okay. Deathwatch teams sometimes have to defend objectives or simply survive large waves of Tyranid attacks. Stay alert and make sure all angles are covered. Nope, nobody can Overwatch. I sure hope if we level up enough, we'll be able to get more of those bars. More action points is what I want. Yeah, camera fighting me to do this. Yeah, it seems like it fights you the most after you do an attack. That's like when it deselects you or like leaves the camera hanging over there and I gotta like awkwardly pull the camera back to the unit I'm on. The only other option is to like just cycle back through everybody. Weird that it would not let me go back and attack the other one, even though they, like, were both selected at first. Well, okay, he did it. But yeah, even with these games, like most games don't incorporate any of the like the biomorph stuff in at all, right? Like, it's always just basic gaunts. There's no toxin sacks, there's no extended carapace, all that kind of stuff. None of that. Okay, we cannot attack the one above. Once again, gotta do this awkwardly. Okay, good enough. Us buffing that guy's accuracy didn't help. Okay, this guy now. Overwatch that way. Now the middle guy. There, done. But yeah, even aside from spine fist winged rippers, right? You just never get to see rippers in general. They're so underused. No Overwatch for him. There we go. Oh, you can press X. I didn't even notice that before, to like speed up the enemy movement. But yes, I think a lot of games that have featured Tyranids over the years could have been more creative with the Tyranids that they used, but they seemingly always just stick with the most basic variations of everything. Oh, we won. Okay, it's over. Right, where's the, I'm trying to think if it is called Devourers. It might not be. Death Spitters. I think Death Spitter is the right one. The ones that have more of like a triangular shape to the weapons. Devourers, I think, are the, like... Because, like, in terms of, like, size, I think it's... Devourers and Death Spitters I always get mixed up, but it's like... Oh, no, wait, no. I think I'm really confusing myself. If I'm going from biggest... If I'm going from, like, top, like, 4th edition, at least, it was, like, Venom Cannons are at the top, then Barb Stranglers, and then it's either Devourers or Death Spitters. And then like Flesh Borers and then Spine Fists. I'm just getting those two mixed up. But whatever that is, like it's either the Death Spitter or the Devourer. My brain kind of wants to say it's the Devourer, but like I said, I get them mixed up. I don't know. It could be either. The more like triangular one, that's kind of like the Tyranid shotgun. There was this Carnifex from back then, from the 4th edition days, where it was the Enhanced Senses one. And instead of having any melee weapons, it did not have any melee. Instead, it had 4 of those. So it basically was like a 4 shotgun wielding Carnifex with Enhanced Senses with this crazy looking head. That thing was cool. And you're never gonna see that thing in a game, especially now since they've taken all like they don't even offer that head with the Carnifexes anymore. They don't even sell it. All right, we got 5 now. Ulrich, you're going to Bolt Pistol 2. You know, usually... Well, I guess he's just an Assault Marine. I was gonna say, like, usually the captains are the ones with the swords and the pistols and all that. And this guy coming in as a veteran is like... It made me feel, for like a moment, like how Tommy, the Green Ranger / White Ranger, came in and replaced the Red Ranger as the leader of the original Power Rangers cast. That is what happened to Ulrich here. He got replaced by Marmaroth. Yeah, we're going accuracy for sure. At least until like 20 to 25%, maybe just 20. But I at least want to get everybody up to 20. I don't like missing shots. Missing shots is the difference between life and death in games like this. Oh. Curious. We can get a cleave. Yeah, I don't remember. I did not remember the abilities at all from this game, but that is interesting. So instead of leveling up, I could grab that stuff. Well, we'll potentially grab that later. Accuracy to 20% first. Now, if I go to inventory... Yeah, sell regular... Yeah, sell the Power Axe too. Sell this bolter nobody's using. But yeah, that shows how old of a mobile game this was, right? It was before the big boom of gacha mobile games. This was in the era when cheap, paid-for mobile games were still in fashion, right? Where it was a real game. Okay, we need 100. Like there, it was before the big boom of microtransactions and all that, where you just pay $4.99 and then you get the game and that's it. Much before. If this game came out 5 years later, right, it would have been much different. Instead of, it would have been free, there would have been ads everywhere. And you would have paid for those packs in like some kind of gold currency that you had to pay like $20 for to get like 2,000 gold, you know?
Brothers, this planet is already doomed. Millions will perish. However, by destroying these creatures, we will disrupt the hive mind. This act will buy vital time for our defenses. Do not fail.
I'm getting flashbacks. I think those are warriors. Oh yeah, it is. Destroy the Tyranid warriors. Wow, the camera angle changed a little. Wow, it's so damn dark over there. I was gonna try and like move my camera around so I could actually see where stuff was, but it's pitch black. We're just gonna have to move around and try and find them. Yeah, this is the thing. You can't really trust this game. We already know it's gonna, like, make me use my movement and then, like, force me to take damage because we go around a corner and all of a sudden there's Tyranids. But I guess let's just get to moving. Yep, there they are, right on schedule. Thanks a lot, game. Yeah, see, it's such bullshit, actually. All right. Well, he is gonna have to, like, wait in the back now. Yeah, we have such limited visibility at all times that it's very inconvenient. It's not great when it forces us to go around corners like this, then all of a sudden they're around, but I think I'm never gonna trust the game again. Like, we're gonna have to take everything painfully slow from now on. We can't be having our dudes losing half their health like that out of nowhere. I really wish I could zoom out. I really wish I could zoom out to find where these are, because they marked them on the floor where the Tyranid warriors are. From the way the camera, like, pulled over to us, I think one is, like, this direction, maybe? Yeah, there's one. No, not that. Yeah, because of, like, the ambush tactics, where if I actually use all my movement, all of a sudden we get fucked over and lose half of our health. That means that I, like, actually can only move 2 squares a turn. Because we need to maintain enough movement. What's going on, game? Why did you deselect him? Yeah, I had to, like, R1 back onto selecting him there. But yeah, because of this, we can only move 2 squares per turn, so we can still... So we can still overwatch, otherwise we're gonna get swarmed. And lose half our health unnecessarily. Well, Overwatch sure did not help there. Oh no, I did not mean to use all 4 movement. Oh well. Okay, did that thing where it deselected him for some reason? Alright, oh jeez, why does it deselect like that? Wow, you need a... Like, his attack normally takes 2, so you need 3 to Overwatch? Incredibly inconvenient. Really wish the attack and movement points were separate. This is incredibly inconvenient how we have to approach everything. We'll Overwatch this way anyways, even though there's not going to be anything coming from that way. Yeah, like, when is it gonna decide it's time to attack us? It doesn't highlight who you're selected either, like who you have selected. Like, sure, the thing at the bottom changes, but like the base that you're selected on... Oh, I guess it does. It highlights them a little bit. I was looking like underneath their feet, but it's actually their model that gets highlighted. Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe, like, sneaking around and flanking this guy would be the best thing, but, like, because we have to limit our movement so much just so we don't get ambushed and lose half our health, like, just flanking would have taken so much longer.
There stands the foul beast. Destroy it quickly.
I'm trying. You deselected... Okay, tougher enemies. You encounter Tyranids that are much tougher than the Hormagaunts and Termagaunts. These enemies are also more lethal. Devastator Marines are excellent at dealing high levels of damage to these enemies. Oh, shit. Yeah, our Devastator Marine is not gonna... Can he shoot from here? Mission success. See, that's why you have to take it slow like that, so everybody's in position as soon as you come around the corner. Okay, maybe we just get our movement going. Maybe we risk it a little and just move a little bit faster, since we have not seen any other Tyranids in this area. And then slow it down once we get to the next spot. Obviously, it's more concerning considering one of these people might literally die, right? If if we take a corner bad and get ambushed, they could literally die, and they'll just be gone forever. Like, already, I'm regretting doing this a little bit. This guy's almost down to half health now. All right, let's round the corner. I don't remember there being... I remember looking in settings, and there was nothing, like, for controls or anything. So if there is a way to rotate the camera, it sure does not specify anywhere. There's no, like, option to look at controls or change controls, and I mean, there's not that many controls in general. Okay, let's try and move them up to here. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. If it did let you change controls, I would put this movement on D-pad instead of analog stick. Yeah, no point in saving one thing of movement because it takes, like, even though his base attack takes 1, overwatching takes 2, so... Yeah, I would change that too. Make Overwatch just equal how much it takes to actually attack. Did not mean to do that. Let's look around and try and find where that other one is. Okay, it's right there. But honestly, them having more ranged weapons makes me want to be more aggressive here. Just to run up and get in their face and blast them, because they're gonna peck away at us from a distance anyways. Okay, I saved 2. Is 2 still not enough to overwatch with this guy? It still doesn't want to let him overwatch. No, it deselected him. That's what happened. Great. Don't know why it does that. Really, really, really wish it wouldn't. Wow, what the fuck? It's changing that. Why? Jesus! You can do this. What? Why is it suddenly letting me do this? Like, obviously like, what have I even tapped into here? Obviously, I'm like selected on a unit, and the analog stick should be doing the movement for them, but instead it gave me camera controls. Why didn't it tell me in any tutorial how to do that? I would have done that a lot sooner. I certainly did not think I told you to go to that space. I thought I was telling you to only go 1 up. So is it I just get camera control when one is not selected? It should have that down at the bottom of the screen too. It should have like the controls down at the bottom of the screen, and so I actually could know that that is a thing we could do. I'm trying to do it again. Like, R1 is how we select people. There's no actual... Maybe we just have to wait for it to deselect the unit and then we try it. Shit. What can we hit from here? Okay. Oh, what have I done? No, I had it for a second. I had it for a second and I zoomed in further. Why did it let me do it there? Holding square, holding triangle, holding circle. What? What? It worked for a second. But why? Why did it work for a second? I didn't do anything different. Oh, it's working. I'm holding left trigger and right trigger at the same time. Why did you deselect there? I didn't even move him yet. Okay, is there any way? Yes, I see him. Come on. We can attack from right here. That's the furthest we can pull the camera down. I can't get like a better angle to look at his model or anything. Oh, well, we did it. Oh, that's all it takes, apparently. Victory. Man, I wish it had, like, told us how to do that. That's, like, the one thing that should have been in, like, a tutorial thing, how to change the camera. To open this pack, go to the Open Pack screen. But yeah, obviously the temptation is there to just, like, boost their health a bunch, right? But I feel like them, them just actually landing their attacks is going to serve them a lot better. Yeah, if this was a true mobile game, you'd have to pay for these. Here show the rarity of a Space Marine or piece of war gear in general. Higher tier war gear are more powerful and higher tier Space Marines have more potential. Who knows, maybe you did have the option to pay for these in the mobile game version of this, but I certainly don't remember it. All I remember is that initial $4.99. Romero. Well, I'm certainly not going to swap out Romero. I'm not going to swap out Lucius for Romero. We're gonna roll with Lucius until he dies. Black Rage. Once every 2 turns. Fire at everything in range. Adrenaline Rush. Once every 4 turns. Take 4 action points for next turn. Oh my god, I keep hitting the wrong button. Get me out of here! I keep hitting right bumper trying to, like, cycle between them. Okay, he's already at 20. But I don't have anywhere near the XP to actually get this. Brawler, 30% melee damage mitigation. Plus 50% damage when target is below. Alright, let's get out of here. What about you, Felix? Targeting link. Once every 3 turns, 20% accuracy to all friendly Space Marines until your next turn. Maybe traits is the way to go. And we also need to pay to unlock war gear slots. But we could. Let's go look at our inventory. Yeah, refractor field. What does this thing do? Dodge. 25% chance to dodge ranged attacks. And what does the Litany of Execution do? %25 accuracy to all friendly units until your next turn. It's an active ability. That seems like something I would give to Ulrich here, because he's melee and he's not usually... Yeah, we'll give that to him. So we're not going to give anybody that yet. Hit 30% chance that attacks cost 0 AP on Overwatch. I see, but that's only gonna really matter if we are in Overwatch. Gain 5% max health and 5% accuracy for each Ultramarine on the team. Yeah, which they're all from different chapters. So he's an Ultramarine. He's a Space Wolf. He's an Ultramarine. He's a Blood Angel. And Romero is an Imperial Fist. Act 1. Watch Station Helios. A hive ship has broken from the main fleet and is heading for Watch Station Helios. If the Tyranids destroy the stronghold, the Deathwatch's war will be over before it begins. The kill team must board the hive ship and destroy it from within. Okay, very cool. Let's get to it. The kill team have boarded the hive ship and are making their way to the biomass pools with an experimental atrophying agent. If delivered correctly, the agent will eat the hive ship from the inside. Hint, here you decide on the kill team that you will be taking on the mission. As you unlock new Space Marines and war gear, and gain XP, you will be able to swap out and upgrade your Space Marines. Select this icon to swap Space Marine War Gear or spend their XP. Select this icon to swap your Space Marine. We're not swapping. We're going in. Oh no, I did not mean to hit help again. You know, there's no like settings. There's no real settings when you go to the main menu and go to options. Or else I would have turned up the brightness on this game. Because a lot of these levels are very dark. I'm wondering, it's probably going to be the same as if I pause it in-game, but let's try it. When we actually get past this loading screen, I am going to pause it and see if there is a real setting for that.
The biomass pools in this chamber must be contaminated with the atrophying agent. Begin the process by pouring the flasks into the pools. Expect heavy resistance.
But hell yeah, this is what I want though. Boarding the hive ship like this, hell yeah. Yes, and that is certainly a must. Fixing the camera immediately. See, there's no settings in this game. Resume mission, quit mission. That's the only thing you get to choose. Okay, let's go. Let's have this guy go here. What, you take 2 AP? No, it deselected him. Damn it! Why does it do this? Every time I'm like, why no attack? And then it's like, oh, that's why no attack, because game break again. Just because I changed the camera didn't mean you needed to deselect me. Hopefully they can finish the job. They can't. Oh no, they can. It just... The deselecting made me think that I had no target there. Man, I am so glad I can change the camera now. I'm so glad I figured it out. I'm so glad the game broke and let me change the camera even without me having the triggers held that one time, or else I never would have figured it out. But yeah, curious depictions of what a hive ship would look like. So fleshy. So many teeth. No. That better not use an action point, bud. Okay, it did not. Good. It is still very inconvenient to use this camera. It still fights you a lot, but... But still. It is certainly better than not being able to maneuver the camera at all. Great! Exactly what I wanted. Deselect it again. We'll just end our turn here. But yeah, maybe this is how...
Fellow battle brothers, for the Emperor! For the Golden Throne!
Okay. But yeah, maybe this is how we eventually come across the Hive Tyrant deep in the Hive ship itself. That would be pretty neat. If you noticed what happened there, it deselected him when I moved him, and then I hit right bumper. Like, it was not on him. I hit right bumper, and it was on him. And then I hit left bumper, and it went to him. So when it deselected, it went way away from him. So I had to, because I hit right bumper, wasn't him. Left bumper onto him, and then left bumper again to get back to him. It doesn't even, when it deselects, it doesn't even put them back in the correct order. It doesn't even act like you're still, like you're on the same Space Marine, but just have deselected. No, couldn't do that. Yeah, stink up the pit. You know, I wish a concept like this had been around for Starship Troopers to use. Instead of the weird, like, the bugs fly on meteors kind of thing. That never made sense and does not actually go with what the book says at all. But if they had weird, fleshy, massive bugs... I mean, they sort of did that in Roughneck Chronicles. But certainly not in the official... Certainly not in the official canon, like the movie canon, that is. And it would have been neat if they did. So they could have stuff like this in Starship Troopers where you do the same thing and go on to weird alien fleshy spaceships or bug spaceships. Retaliation attack? No, I guess it only does it if you hit. Wow, you got him. That is a strong bolt pistol. You know, I probably shouldn't have done that. Let's move this guy only here. Yeah, if I had not bothered, but I could have moved that guy up further this way and had him target that one. I was hoping by putting him in this corner here that the other guy could, like, diagonally pass him, but that didn't happen. Well, that one looks like it's 4 spaces away, more than 4 spaces away anyways. What's attacking me? I can't rotate the camera during their turn.
Kill them! Kill them all! It will
Yeah.
be done, brother. But keep some shells back. We do not know what will follow this wave.
Kill them! Kill them all! Yeah, good advice. I don't know what other kind of advice you would have for skeletal raptors with guns that are trying to murder you, right? Communicate with them. Offer therapy as an option. Like, no. The camera is not cooperating. There we go. Anything over there? Doesn't seem like it. Come on, game. It was really fighting me just to move the cursor there 1 square over. It did not want to do it. Shit, no, I definitely did not want to do that. It changed randomly at the end there. I was like, yes, that's where I want to move. And then it's like, how about here? Why did you deselect? Even weirder, why can I no longer target that Tyrannid? Oh, that one we can see more into. You should have went to those spaces on the right. Come on, cursor. There you go. And you deselected. Fantastic. Come on. Keep it together, game. Okay, let's go over here. Zoom up to that space. At least leaves one attack left. Deselected, gotta go back to them. Zoom over to here, blast away. Six spaces. Curious. 6 spaces even though we only have 5. Probably just to make things look better. Geometrical wise kind of thing. It would look weird if there was a 5-space exit zone. Unless they were all next to each other like that defensive zone we went to. Oh, another useless power axe. Great. I didn't look at the crit damage and the, accuracy and all that. Maybe that is, what makes it a decent alternative to the chainsword. But anything that is tier 1, I don't really care about swapping out. At this point. If it's a tier 2 power axe, then I'll take it. Otherwise, no. But we could go to the shop and just sell more of that stuff. Yeah, like this plasma pistol we don't want. Power axe, don't need it. Everything else is equipped. Wow, a level 4 bolt pistol. And a tier 3 guy. That's pretty nice. Bounty of Mars. I guess we got a trophy for getting a level 4 item. And a level 2 bolter is also very nice. I mean, I sure don't want to sell my, like, anybody we have. He already starts with 240 health. That is pretty neat. That is pretty good. Gunner the Grim. Fine, we'll swap out. It seems like we should probably swap out sooner than later if we're gonna do it, right? So we should give him... We should give him the tier 4. Meanwhile, these guys... plus 15% damage to Melta weapons, which he does not have. Revenge of Sanguinius, always active. Killing an enemy has a 20% chance to return 1 AP. That costs 8,000. After taking damage in enemy turn, plus 20% damage until the end of your turn. Wow, maybe we should just go for level ups for now. I don't know, we could at least get the Melta next turn. Or, like, after the next mission. $5,000, 3,000 for bolt weapons. To reduce target's action points by 1 per shot. But it's only a 2% chance. That's incredibly low. But I suppose if it worked, if it paid off against like a Hive Tyrant, that would be pretty good. Maybe we should just focus on leveling up till we get better XP drops. No, I kind of want to at least save up for Cleave with him. Except we're swapping him out. Yeah, he's not even going to be in there next turn. Or next round. $354. Yeah, you know what? Fine, whatever. We'll just level them up. Let's go put some points into health. We'll worry about passive abilities and everything else when we actually have the disposable XP income to make use of it. Maybe when leveling up costs as expensive as those abilities, then we will consider it. Trapped amongst the now infected biomass pools, the kill team must defend themselves from an enemy counterattack and find a way out. Yeah, and as you can see, there are different difficulties you can do this on. You need to do it on the first one first, seemingly. Yeah, you can't unlock Veteran and Heroic right off the bat. Ulrich, we found our Green Ranger. You gotta go. Okay. In we go. And we're still just fighting Gaunts and regular enemies for the most part. Like the warrior showed up as like almost a low tier boss encounter. They haven't started throwing more things at us as regular enemies. Like
Brothers, you have been detected. Tyranid forces are massing toward your position. Set bombs, break through the enemy, and find a way out of this chamber.
Defend the bombs for 9 turns. But yeah, we haven't encountered any of the other stuff. I'm sure Biovores will show up any time now. That's like the one other thing I remember from when I played the mobile game version of it forever ago. So the bombs are there. It all of a sudden became very unresponsive. Let's go to, like, right here. Maybe this is not the best place to defend over here. Maybe we want to be a bit further up. I don't know if the bombs can actually be damaged. They might be. And where are the Tyranids gonna emerge from? Are they gonna, like, come out of these pits? Okay, they're coming out of, like, random corridors. They are also coming out of the pits.
We must stick together.
Calm yourself, brother. I am scouting the area.
You still seem wet behind the ears, Initiate, yet to leave the scout company. We advance as one. That is the wisdom of the Codex.
like, yes, but also at the same time, like, I would stay back here if there was, like, actually good vantage points from back there, but there is not. If we were gonna stand all together, maybe, like, right here, along this line is the way to go. I wonder what a difference the difficulty, once you unlock the higher difficulty for the missions, I wonder what it would do. Like, if it would just increase numbers, or would it also, like, not only, it probably would increase their, like, stats, the enemies, but would it add different variations to Tyranids earlier? Right, like, would we already be having to face warriors as a regular enemy attacking us at this point? Alright, I want this melee guy over here. Okay, it deselected. Why? I want the melee guy right next to that pool so he can melee every time one comes out of that. Oh, look at that. Little rascal making his way out of that spot. Come on, there we go. Okay, don't know why you did that. Oh yeah, we definitely need to work on your accuracy, bud. Oh, geez, why did you deselect? Come on, there we go. That's the best we can do, fine. I really wish they wouldn't both waste their shots. Miss? What just tried to attack me? There's that, like, dark spot behind us. There's not, like, one standing in that dark spot somehow. Wow, there was.
Yes, let no tyranny live.
That's a bit silly that for some reason that, like, was a spot we could not see. Oh, wow. No, I thought maybe that was telling me... Yeah, that's just telling me how to do the Overwatch. Not... I thought it was telling me, like, how to use the camera for a second. I was like, wow, it does tell you. But no, that's not what was going on. Bring out the warriors! Can't see what's going on over there. No. That's the only other... Well, okay. No? What are you doing? Game, it's breaking. Alright. Alright, getting off of them. It was not letting me, it was like, while I was trying to do the Overwatch, it was doing the movement instead. And not letting me deselect from doing that. It's still on this. What are you doing, game? I guess he's not doing anything this turn. You notice I hit R2 and switched to attack, and the movement cursor was still there in the movement, in the attack option. Because you're supposed to hit R2 to swap between them, but the movement cursor was still around in the attack mode. Overwatch that direction. Okay, he's working now. Okay. Just continue with the overwatches. All good. Troubling nothing spawned behind us and is like attacking the bombs. That would be bad. But I don't think those things are actually... I don't think they're actually targets like that. Yeah, they are not. I should swap these two on the end. Just so they're actually, like, in order. The overwatching is so inconsistent. Like, this guy can overwatch. Well, I guess he's got two. Because it costs one to attack, so you need two to overwatch kind of thing. Means I could overwatch with the guy at the front. I keep forgetting to overwatch with him. But yeah, here. Now they're in order. Now they're in order of their, like, proper rotation. Good thing, well, I guess, yeah, they do have ranged weapons. They're just not getting to use them. Oh, are we done? I was just about to ask when, like, if there was, like, a timer or something. I had not been checking to see how many turns we still had. But we did it. Wow, look at that. The XP gain is getting pretty high. Impedance field. Just cause, like, what if somebody dies? We need a backup. Hive ship has been infected by the atrophying agent. The kill team must hack their way through narrow flesh canals to reach an outer skin of the dying ship. That's all we had to do to kill the ship? That was pretty easy. And all they sent after us was gone, so that's pretty wild. You would think they would send much... If what we were doing was actually going to kill the whole ship, you'd think they would send the worst things imaginable after us. Right, that same kind of force attacking us, like, numbers-wise, but it's like nothing but lictors or something, you know?
Kill team, we have a means of escape. These narrow channels will lead you to the edge of the ship. Blast and hack through any membrane walls that bar your path.
Blast past membrane walls. Yeah, so it turns out to do this, it's not both triggers like I thought. It's actually just left trigger you have to hold. Do it. Fighting me to zoom out more, though. There we go. Wow, you sure can't see a whole lot at times. Yeah, let's do this just for... Wow, dear God, yeah, it really does not want us to see. Fine, we'll look at it the isometric way for now, because these walls are so tall. And it's like the only way to see around. Makes me want to have the chainsword guy in front, but he's not. Okay, my turn. So that's where we're going, huh? Well, I've got an idea. We're gonna break through all of these simultaneously. Everybody's gonna get in position, and then we'll go through as one.
Many innocents have died in this sector. We must avenge them.
Cool your blood, brother. Innocents die across the entire galaxy every day. This is just one event in thousands, millions even.
What are you saying? That what we do here is meaningless?
Far from it. Even the smallest cog plays its part in the largest of machines. But cogs are passionless and therefore efficient.
Were you always this much fun, Ultramarine?
Oh no. That used the last of my action points. Was that the Devastator? Oh, it was Romero. Uh-oh. I did not mean to do that. I wanted to get out of the way for the other guy. Since this one up here seems like it's a dud. Wow, maybe they do need to work on their accuracy. What was that? Wow, who was that? Gunner? Yeah, Gunner, you really do need to work on your accuracy. That was awful. Okay.
Soon, the battle for the lantern will begin. If only I was there with my chapter.
But you are not. You are here with us.
And I know we do our duty, but I miss the roar of battle, the full might of a chapter in action.
A blunt instrument, brother. We in the Deathwatch are the tip of the finest of blades. Our work is as equal, if not more important, than what the chapters do with the lantern.
That's neat that they gave him, like, a different accent. They gave him a different voice for being a space wolf. That was pretty cool. Good thing there's no friendly fire. Oh, what? Now this one can be destroyed? Yeah, what was with it breaking before? One thing's for sure, Mr. Devastator's gonna go in the back. He's gonna slow things down for everybody else if he's standing in front of them. Oh, okay, there we go. I was like, what? Not allowed to attack there? Definitely moving up, ending turn, and then using all your action points to go through a door is the way, because then you end up with situations like this if you don't. Where you're just standing at the door looking at what's on the other side. Okay, that takes care of that. Oh, whoops. Not who I was trying to move up. Good enough. He pulled it off. Whatever is encroaching behind us, we're just not going to worry about until it shows its face. He'll patiently wait. All right. There we go, making progress. Well, I mean, it's okay. They're not gonna kill anybody. They'll do some damage, but that's it. At least it's not one of those games where they would leave permanent injuries. Once again, this is why it would have been better to just hunker down to the doors and wait till the next turn, but I was a little bit impatient and also not really concerned with what was going to be on the other side. Considering so far, we have pretty much exclusively fought Gaunts. I'm not too concerned about us dying to Gaunts. Why did you deselect him, game? It did it again. Fantastic. Okay, did it again. I cannot trust this game to keep it on a unit, to keep like a unit selected at all. It does not seem to know how to do it. Seems to be actively trying to do the opposite at all times. That defense level certainly seems like the XP farm level. Like, this one we have taken out quite a few, but certainly not as many as in that other one. Doing that other one on, like, a higher difficulty seems like it probably would be a very good way to farm a lot of XP. The defense levels in general, because I'm sure there's going to be at least one defense level like that per act or chapter or whatever. A plasma pistol, a garbage one. How thoughtful. A Thunderhawk is en route to extract the kill team from an open sore in the vessel. They must defend the area from Tyranid attack while waiting for extraction. I love this, like, this codex art they're using. I wonder if it is straight from one of the codexes. Probably. I can't see them having commissioned that themselves. It is very detailed art, after all. Can Ixion level up? Iron Skull. I see. We got somebody to level 10.
The Tech Marines inform me that the atrophying agent has taken hold. The hive ship is decaying. A Thunderhawk is en route to a breach in the vessel's outer skin. Prepare for battle. The enemy will find you before deliverance arrives.
Is that where the Thunderhawk's gonna appear? I think it will. So we go over to the edge. Any sign of them? We're just gonna hope they do that thing where they emerge and don't get an attack. Right? Hopefully that's what happens here. Because we're gonna form up on that edge and attack this way.
This sector, was it known to you before we were sent here?
The Astolet? No. It is just another part of the galaxy I find myself performing my duty in, brother.
Well, the Inquisition seem to think it important.
They always do.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what the dialogue would be like if you had other units in here. Like, we're getting unique dialogue because we have a Space Wolf. And there are many chapters in this game that's saying that it's pulling from all the chapters, so you could potentially come back to this mission with a different group and get different dialogue, which is neat. We're still not completely in position. Maybe I should put them in the proper rotation order like I did last time to make it simpler. For now, we won't do that. For now, we Overwatch. Yeah, weird that it's specifically his vision cone that's letting us see that particular Tyranid. Okay, maybe... let's see. Wow, he still needs to work on his accuracy. It's still awful. Okay, deselect. Why would you do this thing? There we go. Okay, and we still have enough action points for one Overwatch. I wonder what the max level for these units are. Something tells me it's probably like 25 or something, but maybe not. Maybe it's ridiculously high. Wow, maybe a lot of units would spawn off this edge, like crawling up if we were not standing on it. They definitely would, considering two got up here. The two spaces that were available to do it did it. I couldn't see that guy's rest of his action points. I didn't think he had enough to Overwatch, but I guess he does. You know, that's the thing, like how it says enemy turn and it's purple, right? Games Workshop has found themselves, like, in a odd sort of corner where High Fleet Leviathan has, like, become the most well-known and the most synonymous with Tyranids, right? To where, like, the color purple is their color. So, like, what do you do if you kill off High Fleet Leviathan? If you kill off High Fleet Leviathan, do you just go, oh, here's High Fleet Super Duper. It's also purple. You know, whatever new High Fleet you pick, do you just completely decide to not care and make it also purple? Why can he not attack that Tyranid right there? Like, what is going on here, game? Game, please, why are you broken? Why you no let me attack that one? There, it worked. But yeah, like the theme of the first few codexes was like, you know, the second codex, Behemoth gets defeated. Behemoth gets defeated, rolls into Kraken for 3rd edition codex. And by the way, I really liked the color scheme for Kraken, considering that is where I got into Tyranids at the time. It was 3rd edition. And
now they bombard us with living artillery.
Who knows what else this hive mind can concoct from its spawning pools?
Golden Throne. I will give it something to think about. Several bolter rounds through its brain.
If it was that easy, brother, we would not be here.
But yeah, 3rd edition. Third edition Kraken gets taken out, right? And then 4th edition introduces Leviathan. And Leviathan gets really popular. Which maybe it had to do with the paint scheme, or maybe it just had to do with the models in general, right? Maybe the Carnifex and the new Hive Tyrant were just cool enough to get more people in. But regardless, the powers that be clearly decided it was the paint scheme. And now you fast forward and we're on 10th edition. And Leviathan is still around. That one dead? Oh, we can attack one all the way back there. That's crazy. That's some pretty good line of sight. Nobody for them. I am tempted to, like, flip them around. Have the melee guy on this side instead. But it would... We're already in the middle of it. But having the melee guy there, so that when they pop up, they just get instantly smashed. Would definitely be preferable. So he's doing fine over there, really. Sure, why not attack them? So far, yes, we have certainly, like, obviously I know the most efficient way to do things like this. Everybody huddled together in a corner as the enemies approach. I'm sure if you tried to, like, fight everything out in the open, this would be much more problematic as everybody gets whittled down over time. But instead, we don't even gotta move, right? That is the optimal way of doing this, of, like, finding somewhere where you don't have to move, so you don't have to waste any action points on that, since they're shared. Why did it break again? See, it broke. He can't attack. Game, why do you do this with him? I guess it's just that spot. We're gonna have to try this. No. He needs to get back to his spot. He's busted. It won't let me overwatch with him either. That makes me think the plasma guns in general are buggy. That it's the plasma gun that's the problem. Oh, no, wait. No, wait, I forgot. Those things have an overheat mechanic, don't they? That's gotta be what it is. It's gotta be the overheat mechanic. He was on cooldown. Never mind. It would be nice if there was some kind of visual indicator for that. Maybe there was somewhere, but it sure wasn't obvious. Overheat and become unusable for the rest of the turn. Yeah, that's what it is. 15% chance of that. The Imperium need to know where the next blow will fall so a defense can be mounted. Wow, that sure was a pathetic hive fleet that we beat just now. a hive fleet that had 3 warriors and everything else was gaunts. The Imperium need to know where the next blow will fall so a defense can be mounted. To know the mind of the alien requires extraordinary methods. By chance, reports indicate that a Broodlord was incapacitated in the defense of Prologue 4. If its brain can be retrieved, Inquisitor Harkin has the means to recover its secrets. As the Deathwatch drop pods hurtle towards Prologue 4, the machine spirit in one malfunctions. The drop pod crashes into the Basilica, leaving one survivor from the squad within. With the element of surprise lost, the Deathwatch must regroup and proceed with the mission.
Listen closely. Your battle brother has crash-landed and alerted the enemy to your mission. Reach the objective area before it is overwhelmed by the Tyranids.
Uh-oh. Keep Ixion alive for 10 turns. Well, that's problematic. Would have been nice if it was, the other guy. Our melee dude. Okay, so we gotta get over there. Whoops, did not mean to do any of that. Said keep Ixion alive for 10 turns, but it also mentioned, a space that we had to get to. I gave you that accuracy boost for nothing! We could have made our way through that building as well, but I don't see, an exit spot. I mean, they're not that far away, really. Gotta be careful on my approach to them. So far, I think we're running away successfully. Maybe I should have moved, like, one more space down, but whatever. Okay, good enough. Keeping Ixion alive for 10 turns so far does not seem like it's really going to be a problem, since I ran away from where they're spawning. Doing great, bud. Guess we're going in here. Doesn't seem to be any Tyranids in the immediate vicinity, so we're already almost reunited. How many spaces? It looks like only 2 on the bridge. So forming up on the bridge might not be the best. Nope, not who I'm trying to aim at. The environments are pretty detailed and nice. Even if they are probably mostly like, you know, just scanned in existing 40K scenery. Yeah, where are we going? Are we going this way? Not going anywhere when it deselects my unit like that, but... Oh wow, there was one right there. Hiding behind the barrel. Alright, for the sake of sticking together, time to get Ixion this way. I guess that is not ground we can stand on there. That, like, dark patch to the right must be a wall. Yeah, it looks like that's all wall. I mean, if that's all wall, let's just move. Yeah, let's just get out of this, like, little cramped room and make our way further this way. I'm presuming that's where we're meant to go, but I mean, maybe not. Maybe we should just kind of hang out on this bridge. And wait for the 10 turns to expire and then for it to tell us where to go. Sure, that's the best angle we can get. Fine. And they already moved there. Everybody else used their movement just getting into position. Okay, my turn. See, maybe we do want to be on the bridge then. Since unless we're using the plasma weapon, we don't even have the range to actually fire onto the other side. Yeah, let's just stand, like, right on the middle of the bridge. Though there's probably a better bridge to stand on that doesn't have, like, a barrel at the end that obscures our line of sight, right? Like, that bridge would probably have been a better bridge to do this on. Maybe even doing, like, a firing line along the bridge. Yeah, I think I know how I want it. We'll do it next turn. We're gonna defend all the turns necessary before I even get them into position how I want. Yeah, so he's defending there, like the end with his chainsword. You know what they don't use enough? Is the Tyrant Guards. Every now and then they'll use the Hive Guards as like an alternative ranged option, but they never use the actual Hive Guards. And they should. Or the Tyrant Guards, rather. I'm debating whether or not I should switch this guy with the heavy bolter. But he still can hit both sides from here for the most part. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna move them all over. You go there. You go there. You go there. Now everyone is in proper positioning. But yeah, the Tyrant Guards, they have changed a lot over time. Like, there's like 3 iterations of them. There's the ones with the shield. which were like warriors, just with the old school warriors, the second edition warriors, but with shields, pretty much. And there was the second iteration, which I actually liked, which was like just super armored. Like, all they had was like 2 little scything talons like Gaunts do, but they were like gigantic and armored. You know, this game might have those. And then they made them look a little bit more elaborate when they redid them eventually. Okay, just break on me. Don't let me do anything. That's fine. No, not what I'm trying to do. Trying to get back to that guy. There we go. Doing this, but like with a whole team of Devastators must be pretty fun. Even if they do have limited action points, right? It's probably great. If this game does have that variation of the Tyrant Guard, the second variation of it, it's gotta be like the only game that ever did. Oh, it's time for us to go? Of course. Like I said, it was... Wow, so you really weren't supposed to leave where he was. He was just supposed to like stay there and hunker down. Yeah, we do still need more accuracy. Alright, he can lead the way. This seems like a short enough acts to where there's probably 5 acts. It's probably not a 3-act game. Which means it will be relatively short. I am still surprised that they have not introduced any more of the other units to this. But maybe it does wait until you go to the higher difficulties. Because, like, only the little bit we got to see of the warrior so far certainly is not enough. I hope if you redo this on the higher difficulties that it, instead of a bunch of gaunts, this is like much more problematic and there's like a ton of warriors mixed in here as well. There was one Hive Fleet in particular, Hive Fleet Moloch, that they explored a little bit with one of the issues with White Dwarf at one point in time. And I do like the idea of Hive Fleet Moloch. A Hive Fleet where you won't even see a gaunt, right? The smallest thing you would see is a warrior, or... I mean, I don't even remember them showing they may have. There was some Hive Fleet Moloch stuff where they did. I remember, like, the smallest thing they showed was, like, a Gene Stealer. But, like, for the most part, they showed Carnifexes. And, like, a Hive Fleet where the smallest thing you see is a warrior is bad enough. But, like, a Hive Fleet where the smallest thing you see is a Carnifex, that would certainly be very problematic. I once again am tempted to just stay here and farm these, because, like, obviously you can. Look at all this free XP. We could get so many levels off of this place, but we'll just go to the exit here. Maybe if we return to certain levels later, to, like, farm XP before, like, the final battles or something, maybe we'll... Like, if we redo levels later on, we're probably not going to redo all of them, right? We're probably not going to go through the whole campaign again on a higher difficulty. But we can go through... Power Sword. But we can go through... like, these base defense ones. Like, if there's only 2 boss fights in the game, a Carnifex and a Carnifex and a Hive Tyrant. If there's only 2 boss fights in the whole thing, then we can do those on higher difficulties. And to prepare for those on higher difficulties, we can go back through the sit and defend ones on higher difficulties to see what they were like, instead of going through everything. Las Cannon, very fancy. Wow, look at him in his little wolf hat. And a multi-melta master crafted. Wow. Before proceeding inside the Basilica, the kill team need to secure the area from Tyrannid attacks. The 2 bridges leading to the cathedral must be destroyed with Melta bombs. You know that Rogue Trader game that came out? I suppose we'll get rid of Ixion. That Rogue Trader game that came out. What made me what I think about when I think about Rogue Trader is the very ancient Tyranid stuff. Like the Dominators and the like original variations of the Gaunts and the Rippers. Like, man, when you look at like the very original Ripper swarms and it's like none of them are Tyranids, they just like look like little goonish monsters. It certainly was a much different environment, and the Dominators were very much like the I forgot their names. It's Hive Fleet Colossus and wow, shame on me. I forgot their names.
We have recovered our brother, but the enemy knows we are here. They are massing for an attack. Only the river stands between us and them. Destroy both bridges to halt their advance.
My brain is thinking it has something to do with, like, the letter Z. Zotes? Zote, maybe? Yeah, it might be Zote. Okay, destroy both bridges to halt their assault. I mean, where are they spawning, though? So I'm supposed to go on to the other side? Like my question is, like, what side are we supposed to be on when this bridge blows up? The fact that they're over there makes me think we're supposed to be on that side, but it also kind of looks like they're spawning from that side. We'll just go over there and presume that that's what we're supposed to do. Love it. Meltas are great. Man, I love Meltas. They're so good. I'm not a huge fan of las cannons. That's why I didn't even consider switching to the las cannon. At least the, Squad Command. Squad Command made me distrustful of the, Squad Command made me distrustful of the las cannon, because it's not very good in that game at all. Come on, cursor. Cooperate. There we go. Those two will go to the right, and the other three will go this way. I could have made one more movement with the Melta guy, but oh well.
Brother, watch the flank!
Keep your helmet on, Ultramarine. I know my way around the kill zone.
They're losing their minds like it's Darkest Dungeon. Wow, that was a curious, like, revving up noise for that. Okay, it deselected. Give me my unit back. Doing that, overwatching down here. Oh, wow. He got vaporized. I see, they are starting to spawn behind us now. Means we gotta get a move on with these guys. Alright, get up there. Alright, stop deselecting my units, please. Yeah, I wonder what the maximum rank for, like, these kinds of guys we can get is.
Thank the Old Father. No dark angels sully this squad.
I have heard that the wolves of Fenris do not see eye to eye with the sons of the Lion.
They are traitors. Mongrel wretches of all our kind.
If there was a dark angel here, he would strike you down for such words.
He would try.
You know what? That is pretty neat, actually. Getting to hear different Space Marines of different chapters interact like that. That is a nice touch that you get from this game. It did it again. That better not blow the bridge. I say, it better not, like, instantly blow the bridge. That would be very problematic. Okay, good that he dodged. Oh, I should have checked to see if Ixion had any, like, war gear on him. I can't remember who does and who doesn't. Out of the not upgraded guys. Not the tier 1 guys, at least. Let's go ahead and get as much XP as we can before we complete the objective, just in case it, like, ends the map. Now what? What does this do? But honestly, all the unique... Oh, we do gotta go back? Oh my god. This is the wrong side of the bridge. His Overwatch is broken. What the hell is he doing? Yeah, it would not let me Overwatch with him. So, oh well. But yeah, what I was saying, it does add incentive to, like, sell more of them and get more packs just to get more... potentially get more into, like, the group, so we could hear what they actually say to each other. Okay. Oh, there's more than one over here. He actually pulled it off. But yeah, at this point, I remember when getting Dawn of War 2 was a big deal. Because it was like the first thing of like, wow, they're finally doing Tyranids. It was great, right? And at this point, we have plenty of Tyranid content. Let's go there. At this point, we have plenty of Tyranid content, but it's all Leviathan content. There's nothing else. No game devs have experimented with anything else. Right, just getting Behemoth and Kraken content is unlikely enough. Getting High Fleet Jormungandr or Moloch, or I mean really Colossus. Colossus might as well never exist. That one's never getting shown the light of day ever. But, like, personally, what I want is Court of the Nephilim King to be in something. But it seems like the chance of that happening is extremely low. But yeah, the Zotes, if that is what they were called. They were like these weird centaur things that had their origins in the original, like the before first edition, like, you know, first edition for 40k, before like Tyranids had their own codex or anything, back when Rogue Trader was the thing that they focused on the most. The Tyranids first showed up in that, and it was like it was a very unrefined concept. They had not started drawing heavily from aliens and Ridley Scott and xenomorphs yet. So one of the things they had was this weird, like almost, it looked like something that would be a part of a Chaos Army, but it was like a centaur-like thing called a Decimator. Eventually, they wrote them out. They just killed off High Fleet Colossus and let them never see the light of day again. But man, it sure would be weird if they did. Like I would be all for it, to be honest. If like we got some Decimator, some High Fleet Colossus content for that Rogue Trader game as DLC. as unlikely as it would be. They didn't get in range of the Melta. Alright, enough farming XP, let's get out of here. That Gaunt didn't even feel it. He was okay. Yeah, look at all that XP. Oh, and an Infernus pistol, which is pretty much a Melta pistol. Very nice. Mind of the Beast. The group is secure. It is time for the kill team to enter the Basilica. Destroy any resistance and recover the Broodlord's brain. Yeah, I for some reason I did not know this, that Deathwatch was just a assortment of different Space Marine chapters.
Destroying the bridges has bought us precious time. Enter the Basilica and recover a biosample of the Broodlord's brain. And be vigilant. Scans show sizable Tyranid activity in this area.
What it makes me want to do is make a Suicide Squad of Deathwatch. Hive Guard. Yeah, this is not the Tyrant Guard like I was talking about. This is the one that typically gets used, not the Tyrant Guard almost never gets used, but the Hive Guard does. Beware of the Hive Guards in the Cathedral. They have devastating Impaler cannons. They will use the Impaler Cannon attack if you are in their line of sight when they start their turn. So we're getting Hive Guard and Broodlord here. But yeah, what I was saying, it makes me want to do like a Suicide Squad style Deathwatch team. Where it's nothing, it's only members of the Deathwatch made up. Well, that certainly doesn't sound good. Sounds like I'm going to fight the Berserker from Gears of War in here. That's immediately what, like, the tight corridors reminded me of, too. But yeah, of, like, fallen chapters, like the ones that fell to chaos at, in the Horus Heresy, which I don't know if... I don't know how that works. Did absolutely every Space Marine fall to chaos? Did none defect at all? It seems crazy if none defected at all, but I suppose it's possible. But if some did defect, then you could do... I mean, sure, it's like a full millennium. It's like, that's Warhammer 30k. Not 40k. So it's like, it's 10 millennium prior. So, I mean, the chance that any of them would still be alive if there was defectors, probably not the best chances, but maybe. But still. A Deathwatch of nothing but defectors from those would be neat. I say this pretty much just because I really like the, I really like the Fallen chapter. Still not one in okay, great. The Fallen chapter, like, model designs for Horus Heresy are really neat, and I wish they could be used in some capacity for 40k stuff, but they aren't and have never been since they started that Horus Heresy stuff up. Which, like, on one hand, it is really neat, a lot of those designs, but, like, on the other, it is so overdone that they're like, why don't we do Space Marines again? You know, like, why don't we make another game of nothing but Space Marines? Why don't we make Age of Sigmar where we make medieval Space Marines? Like, they really did go over the top. They did go way too far with trying, because they knew Space Marines are what sell the best. And they went way overboard. Far too much. Far too many Space Marines. They went crazy with it, but... Uh-oh. Wow, this is like Gears of War right now. They are berserkering us right now. Yeah, we gotta view this level isometrically, since the pillars are just too big. They'll get in the way of our camera for sure. That is a lot of health. Yeah, what is it gonna do if we're not immediately in a spot where it can shoot? We're out of line of sight like it's said to be, but what is it gonna do instead? Maybe that move is not as bad as the thing it can do if you are... in its line of sight. Yeah, I don't know why we can shoot that. Oh, shit. Okay, he is in the line of sight now. I forgot he uses 2. Yeah, I don't know why the pillar is not stopping us from blasting him. I would think that would not be line of sight, but... I sure hope we're not in line of sight for him. Well, somebody got shot. Something is glitched there to where that floor icon is still active for some reason. Come on, cooperate. There we go. Okay, we did it. That level 4 Space Wolf guy is very powerful with his super bolter. Is this it? Like, we don't actually have to fight the Broodlord? The Broodlord's brain is just gonna be on the ground? Wow, that really was it. That's a little disappointing. When do we get to fight a Broodlord? Though, I mean, the It was a nice boss fight with those two, though. The kill team have the Brewlord's brain, but the Tyranids are in pursuit. They must reach the extraction point at all costs.
The extraction point lies ahead, but the enemy swarms to prevent your escape. Break them with bolter and blade and bring the biosample to us.
Okay, somebody's got to pick it up. That's not that far, really. There they are. Please stop deselecting my units. There we go. Yeah, like, it's not that far at all. We're like halfway there already. Unless that's a wall. Yeah, that is a wall. So we gotta go up. Broke, it won't let me. Oh wait, no, that's Overwatch. And it's Romero. He needs 3 active points to Overwatch. Whatever, let's just move forward. He can go here because he's the one that'll counterattack if they get in close. Or you know, don't even take out the one with the attack you have. That's fine too. Yeah, that's what I wanted him to do, his retaliation attack.
What do you make of the mundane humans and their assertion that the Emperor is a god?
I take little notice. The All-Father is just that, the father to us all, but a god. The wolf priests tell us if he ever woke from his slumber, he would be against such a notion.
I too have heard the same. And yet the ecclesiarchy preaches differently.
Let them have their beliefs, brother. All truth will come out when the wolf time is upon us.
When the wolf time is upon us. Still, I've never heard Space Marines openly talk about that topic before. I didn't know they were allowed to talk about that. Ooh, that's a biovore. It looks weird. From this angle, it does not look like a biovore, right? But it is one. Yeah, it certainly looks weird from this angle. You know, there's so much of the model designs that you can't actually appreciate because it does not let you see them. I don't remember ever seeing the Carnifex when I played this game back when it was new. Unfortunate camera angle. Oh, that's a pop. Oh, God. It's not a biovore. That was very scary not being able to see the health bar. He could have been dying for all I knew. Yep, I was wrong. It was not. It was not a biovore indeed. It was a pyro the whole time. And there is a path into here from this location. From this direction. Jesus! But yeah, what I was saying before, I'm sure when I was, part of the motivation me playing through this, besides liking Tyranid so much, was probably specifically to see the Carnifex. And I don't know if I ever made it to it.
Die, Xenos filth, in the name of Sanguinius.
No. We send these to the gates of death to appease Morkai.
I say, whoever's tally is largest names the fate of the Tyranids.
Fine. Our actions shall speak louder than words.
Alright, let's get in there. Oh, there's a pyrovore right there. Oh no, it's a gaunt. I thought it was one. I certainly did not remember the pyrovores. My memory failed me. I thought they were biovores because I did not remember what they did, but I remembered what they looked like. Simple as that. Mission over. What a very anticlimactic, like, mission. Wait, was that the first one or the last one to this chapter? If that was the last one, that's very anticlimactic, but if it's the first one, then no big deal. What in the hell is this thing? Triplex Alpha, a level 3 plasma cannon. That thing looks pretty fancy. A psychic autopsy of the Broodlord's brain revealed the next stage of the Tyranid plan. The aliens are looking for strategic defense data cores. With these, the hive mind will predict the Imperium's every move. A base in the barren lands contains such cores. The kill team must infiltrate the area and secure the data cores. What act are we on? Act 3? Okay. The Tyranids are closing in on the base entrance. The kill team must fight their way through the alien invaders to access the complex. Yeah, if your Space Marines are missing a lot, try upgrading their accuracy stat in the armory. Yeah, I didn't trust that to begin with. That's why that was the first thing I did.
Brothers, the base is ahead, though the stench of the Xenos fouls the air. These canyons are narrow and the enemy is insidious. Stay alert.
Just trying to zoom out the camera here. There they are. He's gonna get jumped for sure. Nothing we can really do to help him. I contemplated not having him round that corner, but it's already done. Should have had the sword guy be the first one up.
Yes, brothers, see. They die so easily.
They will die even easier if you could make a few more shots, Blood Angel.
That's a warrior. And he's looking at me. I should have moved him out of the way. He's gonna be in real trouble now. Alright, he's gonna hang out in the back now. In case anything moves right in front of him, I guess. Ooh, that's a pyrovore. Good thing there's not, like, any threatened areas around them.
Kill them! Kill them all!
It will be done, brother. But keep some shells back. You do not know what will follow this wave.
Right, no attack of opportunities, no zones of control. That was fancy. Okay, where are we going? Over there. Got it. Uh-oh. Is that a biovore flopping over, or a pyrovore flopping over here? Sure sounds like it. You gotta get out of here, man. Okay, now our Devastators. One can go up to here. Why is that thing, like, moving around? That thing in the middle of the room. Why was that, like, rotating? Don't know. Oh, I guess it's a searchlight? I'm glad we finally got to stuff like this, though, where we gotta fight a bunch of warriors and pyrovores and all that. It took quite a bit. It took a while. Yeah, I definitely made him vulnerable up there. Alright, way to deselect and put me completely out of order. Nothing? Okay. Kinda seems like we're through the worst of it. Like the warriors in Pyrovores are dead for this this particular map now. Anything up here? Doesn't seem like it. Well, found another warrior. Yeah, none of them are going to be able to get into position to attack him, so we're just going to have to end turn here. Let him unload on our wolf guy. I think I do like the team composition better when we do not have two Devastators. Two Devastators just does not seem to work great. All right, blast away. Out he goes. Alright. Home free. Alright, everybody. Get in there, pile in. Alright, please stop deselecting him. Yeah, the big units actually are not worth that much XP. Like, it seems more efficient just to fight, like, a plethora of small ones rather than a few big ones that take much longer to take out. A power axe. like it's a big deal. No, that power axe is going in the trash. We're selling it immediately. The kill team have entered the base depths. They must now collect the data cores and flood the complex with Promethean. The Xenos will burn for their intrusion.
Brothers, the facility has been overrun by Tyranids. Open valves and flood the system with Promethean. This place will become a tomb for those who defile it.
I thought it was a real cutscene for a second. Okay, where are we going? No, damn it. I did not want to move him there. Well, they see you. If only it wasn't so necessary to view things like this. Like, you just can't... Man, this is such a pain in the ass doing it this way. It never cooperates. The cursor, that is. But yeah, I wanted to move that other guy just one space up so the wolf guy could lead. The chainsword guy, rather. But this will have to do. There we go. Down it goes. Ooh, that's problematic. I sure hope that doesn't, like, do penetrating damage, but it might. Thought I was moving this guy. It does indeed. Well, that's very bad. Well, that's how we find
By
out.
sanguineous wings, I shall slay them all.
Stay focused, brother. We gain no advantage if you rampage ahead.
If the enemy is dead, who cares how the task is performed?
Get away from the explosion a bit. Okay, haven't aggroed anything else. Okay, so now we gotta get up there. Let's not take that last step into there. That's a warrior. Well, they're gonna get blasted a bunch. I was hoping the corridor would at least be safe, but it is not. We should have...
Soon, the battle for the lantern will begin. If only I was there with my chapter brothers.
But you are not. You are here with us.
And I know we do our duty, but I miss the roar of battle. The full might of a chapter in action.
A blunt instrument, brother. We in the Deathwatch are the tip of the finest of blades. Our work is as equal, if not more important, than what the chapters do with the lantern.
I forgot what I was saying before that. Oh well, doesn't matter. Okay, well, that is bad. Hey, great! Oh, I think I was just talking about how to approach those hallways safely. Like that you gotta stop not at the exit because then the corners become visible. You gotta stop before you can peer diagonally. Okay, did not pull off the same thing that time. In fact, I'd say he's in big danger now. He's in danger of getting killed by that thing's melee next turn. You know, I found it the other day, my original box for the Battle of Macragge, which was like the first Tyranid thing I ever bought. Which was when they officially changed the paint design. Man, I was hoping they would divvy these attacks up a little differently here. But yes, the Battle of Macragge and like a Carnifex and a Hive Tyrant. Actually, they didn't even have a Hive Tyrant in stock. I bought a pre-painted one that was in like a display case. And they did their own custom paint job on it. And I had to repaint it to be Kraken colors. Because it was not like they did their own thing. It was no Hive Fleet. But yes, I have I have not all of the pieces remaining, but I have some of them. Like the downed ship. I still have the downed ship. The downed ship was not very well painted though. I did the Tyranids pretty decent back then, but that down ship I had no idea how to paint back then. So it looks pretty rough. I would have to like do a new coat over it. Start from scratch. But yeah, I found the original box and it still had the measuring like pieces in it. I never like removed the measuring pieces from their like their frame. Once again, I cannot take one more step forward because then we are in the danger zone. Then whatever is over there will be revealed and we won't have that many action points to deal with it. But yeah, the Macragge set is it's an interesting thing because that's when they did the retcon for the behemoth coloring. It's like the only box with like the behemoth coloring on the Tyranids. Like all the other from that era have the have the Kraken coloring. Oh, did you just go ahead and break game? How come you can't shoot him now? It did indeed break. Why did it do that? There, good. Glad I did what I did, or else that would have been very problematic. Waiting at the corner was the right thing to do. But yeah, the store I got it from. The store I got it from, it was sitting on like the top shelf forever. Because at first, before I was into 40K, by the way, I was going in there for like hero clicks and like the Star Wars miniatures, the pre-painted ones where they were like kind of like a bendy plastic. I was in there for those, and every time I would like look up there, I look at the every time I was in there, I would look at that stuff, and they had codexes for super cheap. They have this like bin of like codexes, like they didn't even give a shit about codexes. They were like in a milk crate underneath the displays for everything else, and they were all super cheap. In hindsight, I should have bought all of them. Should have bought all of them and sold them on eBay. Right, like an entire bin of codexes, all of them for like $3 each. Like, hell yeah. But yeah, the McCrag thing, it was sitting up there the whole time. And I'd think about it every time I went in there. Every time I went in there, I'd like look up at it and be like, I'm gonna buy that one of these days. And then I did. And then I eventually did. I don't know if I would have any Space Marines. Like, I don't know if I ever would have got into like buying the Space Marines in general if I had not gotten that set. Because I got that set and then I had to get Calgar. I got him, and then and like his honor guard as well. Which I wonder. Oh, and the Emperor's Champion too. I gravitated heavily towards anything that had like the actual power weapons, like the axes and the swords and all that. But yeah, I wonder if we'll get that in this game. If we'll ever get stuff like the Emperor's Champion or the Honor Guard, those particular designs for these guys, if we get like a level 5 guy in the Deathwatch, if he's gonna have that kind of design. And then I eventually got a basic squad of like the Imperial Guard. So it was Calgar, the Space Marines that came with the McCrag set. How dare they shoot him so many times? I should have walked forward. I had a scout set of Space Marines as well. And I had Catachans as well, but not including the Catachans. It was, yeah, because they had this, like, encampment set for the Catachans as well, where it was like a terrain piece for the Catachans. They had that too, so I picked that up. But it actually was a long time before I got a regular set of Catachans. For the longest time, I had, like, just the flamethrower guys. But yeah, Calgar, Okay, we need to get rid of this guy. Good. Calgar, the ones from Macragge, the Honor Guard, the Emperor's Champion, and the Scouts. And that was pretty much it for my Space Marines. And the Imperial Guard as well. I acted like they were part of the team. Versus, like, a massive Tyranid army that I built up over time. Gigantic. Nowhere close in size. A lot of the times, that's what I would do, was I would only buy other stuff. Other things besides Tyranids. So that for, like, my display setup of my Tyranid army, so that I could have something to, like, complement it, to look like the Tyranids were about to tear something apart, right? That was the motivation for getting a lot of them. There is probably another Pyrovore hiding around that corner. Just seems like something they would do. I don't trust that corner right there. Nothing is going to come down there yet, but just in case. Right, we have not disturbed anything, so it should not move yet, but just in case. The corner is safe. Okay, that was it. We could have got a little bit more XP there, but that's okay. Ulrich is finally over 4K. The data cores have been unearthed and scattered. The kill team must deliver them to a transport pod before they fall into the clutches of the Xenos. Yeah, I definitely got to go back through Dawn of War 2 one of these days. Because it truly was a big thing at the time. It was like the first one that, like, truly you could go up against a Tyranid threat in a video game of some kind. Man, do I wish that Kill Team game had not focused on the Orcs and instead had focused more on the Tyranids, and it just been a full hive ship.
Time is short. The base is falling to ruin. The data cores must be taken to the extraction site. Ready your weapons. The Xenos are everywhere.
The material samples are heavy pickups. A Space Marine carrying one of these will not be able to use their weapons. Okay. So my wolf guy, certainly, because he's like the best we have, he is certainly not going to be using it. Chainsword guy, you can grab one. You can grab one too. Do we dare go for 3? We're going for 3. Can't pick up 2 at a time.
You are far from Ultramar, brother. Does this not offend your senses?
In what way, Space Wolf?
It is rather unpolished, squalid even, compared to the gleaming towers of Macragge, or so I imagine.
I have fought in squalor. I have faced demons on mountains of pus and bone. Do not think to tell me what I consider filth, Wolf.
Ah! At last we see true grit from you. I think I even like you, brother.
Yeah, those interactions are like maybe the best thing about this game. I mean, I don't want to move to find that guy. Let's just have him come to us. It was the right call. All right, everybody stick together. Everybody that's got something heavy, stay in the back. Maybe that's too close, but... Oh yeah, just a little too close. It's fine, though.
Get your weapons, brothers. The Xenos are not spent yet.
Weapons blessed and reloaded. Let them come.
Alright, let's not let them get a free attack off. Let's just move there. Switching to every one of them except the one I wanted. What in the world? That was a crazy camera. Wow, why? Why so dramatic? Oh, are they all going to that one spot? Please stop with that camera, the way it spins. I don't like it. Overwatch broken? Alright, whatever. There it goes again. Jesus. Trying to make people sick spinning around like that. I'm sending 3 just in case something spawns over here. Those 2 are more than enough to hold the place. Well, that's a little bit more problematic. That sounded heavy too. Probably another warrior. twice it just canceled who I was selected to. I see, it was one of them, not a warrior. Two of them, actually. Guess we'll just overwatch there and there. All right, they're making their way. Sometimes I can hit Overwatch from the movement screen, sometimes not. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. But at least it worked 2 times there. Okay, my turn. Oh, that's what he was aiming at. Gotta do that thing again. Sounds like another Pyrovore flopping around over there in the distance, but it sure is not going to make it in time. And we win! Another basic power axe. The base is on the verge of exploding, but the area is seething with Tyranids. The kill team must avoid the explosions and evacuate. Okay. Are we gonna have to hold a spot until a Thunderbird arrives? Thunderhawk arrives again, or no? Maybe it's just a move to a location mission. Hey, look at you can zoom in and out the camera by pressing L2. That should be like on the home screen. Not here. Not randomly when you don't even have a settings option to look at the controls.
Ignited and the base is burning. Detonation is imminent. The gunships cannot get any closer. Get to the new extraction site. Slay anything that stands in your way.
Okay, so the explosion locations are marked. That is nice. Oh, is it all the way down here? It is. Okay, we're turning the camera like this then. Do we see any Tyranids? None in sight yet. Maybe I shouldn't press my luck. Maybe we should just stay where we're at. Okay, understood. And they do move. All right. Did not mean to move that guy up, but since it moved him up, going with this guy getting moved up too. Everybody's getting moved up now. I thought I remembered enemies having, like, that shotgun. The Devourer or Death Spitter, whichever one it is. I think it's the Devourer. I thought I remembered enemies in this game having it, but I don't think I made it this far. I don't think I made it this far into the game when I played it 10 years ago. And they haven't been in here yet, so I'm thinking they're just not in here. Oh yeah, this is certainly dangerous. We're splitting up. Can we target them now? Yes, we can. Oh, Not even who I was trying to target. Well, Mr. Melt-A-Gun, you're gonna be the target, unfortunately. Oh, no, wait, maybe not from there. Ooh, certainly gonna be the target of that one. Yes, lots of explosions, I know. Okay. All right. We're in business. No, stop pausing. Wrong button. Center button is what I'm trying to hit. For some reason, when it was like shaded out, entering, I thought it was like a Grim Reaper. I was like, oh no, the Grim Reaper's coming. Like I was playing Vampire Survivors or something. I took too long. We passed the 30-minute mark on the mission. The Grim Reaper's here. Yeah, forget Overwatch. Let's just move up. Oh yes, it's gotta slowly do the explosions every time. Why is there not a fast forward for this part? I probably should have got rid of them with this guy. Mission success. Ooh, that one's a little too close for comfort. I sure hope things give more XP on the higher difficulties. Surely they do, right? Yep, just keep on blasting him. Keep on blasting till you run out of ammo. But that does appear to be another one right there, which is certainly problematic. Maybe we overextended a little bit. Maybe that guy in the front is gonna die. Oh, maybe not. That's a good start. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Why did that one leave? Come on, camera, what are you doing? This is the best we got. Come on, cooperate. Yeah, he's got to get out of there because the explosion spot. Ooh, he's gonna get it. Uh-oh. That's right, run away. Or come on back. Wow, look at that. We broke their AI to where they stood in the blast. Very good. My plan succeeded. I wanted, obviously, the explosion zone to ward them off, but I didn't think they were gonna stand in it. It succeeded more than I could have hoped for. Oh, shit. Oh, no, that's new ones. Okay. I was like, I sure don't remember that. Hell yeah, that was super effective somehow. Okay, good enough. Of course, one of those is there now. So we're ready for that little raptor. I was gonna have him go this way, but I guess not anymore. I mean, we still can. He can go wait, like, right here. Oh wow, it just, is this like a feature where as soon as you're over here, it just does this? Yeah, like once you get to that part of the map, it just permanently puts one over the extraction zone. Very good. Lots of XP. More grenades we're not going to use. Okay, a level 3 Devastator, also a Space Wolf. It seems to be heavily leaning towards Space Wolves as being the higher tier stuff. So far, at least. Makes me wonder if Space Wolves were pretty popular at the time. I mean, obviously, Space Wolves are still popular, but I'm talking about, like... Was that, like, the peak of their popularity around when this game came out? Maybe. The world of Kalgar's lament has fallen. There is rumor of a servo skull containing a formulae for a bioagent which can be used to devastate the Tyranids. The kill team must descend to the northern pole and the city of Dusk, locate the servo skull, and return with it. The kill team are now fighting in the streets of Dusk. The Tyranids' presence in the city is growing and must be slowed by destroying the spawning pools.
The ruined city of Dusk. We are here to locate the servo skull, but first, secure the area. Destroy the spawning pools to prevent the Tyranids reinforcing.
Okay, another destroy the spawning pools one. Well, I was trying not to move forward. Wow, look at all those missed shots. Trying to gather everybody up first before we exit out this door.
Die, Xenos filth, in the name of Sanguinius!
No. We send these to the gates of death to appease Mordecai.
I say, whoever's tally is largest is the fate of the Tyranids.
Fine. Our actions speak louder than words.
Yes, obviously we already heard that one. Yeah, this is the thing with not swapping out your team all the time. Since we're not swapping out, especially now that we only have, like, mainly Space Wolves. The Blood Angel guy and the other guy happen to talk, but there's not much new dialogue to go around now. Now that we're mostly Space Wolves. I was hoping someone would be able to attack that thing, but no. The spawning pools remind me a lot of, not the filament 3D printer, but the other kind. It's like that's basically what the Tyranids are doing. Just 3D printing more of themselves. Anything I should be worried about here? Whatever, getting in there. Oh, wow. Actually, like a little crater. Okay, is there anything over here? I don't think so. It seems like we're just meant to go straight down. Okay, sure hope they're doing nothing by me.
The Tyranids do not realize what they fight.
True, brother. We are not known as the Emperor's finest for nothing.
We are more than even that. We are Deathwatch.
Let's Overwatch like that. Oh, come on, Overwatch. There we go. Wow, that pistol is strong. All right, come on. Quit breaking on me. Oh, no, wait. He can't use Overwatch. Never mind, because he needs 3. Definitely can't trust this area, so... one step at a time. Yeah, this game needs that thing to where, like, if you're behind terrain, the terrain, like, becomes invisible so you can actually see your units, that kind of thing. Because I would love to move the camera, but every time I do, you can't see anything. And that is, that's a Gene Stealer, actually. First time we've seen one of them. Wow. Ton of misses. Yeah, everybody else just needs to get over here. Oh, good. He didn't take advantage of my... Like, I did that knowing the risk that that guy could get to me, and I did it anyways. And, they didn't take advantage, so that's fine. We are gonna do nothing but crank this guy's accuracy. Imagine what he could do if those actually hit. All right. What's the best way to get over here? Doesn't look like there is a best way. Okay, everybody's gonna stomp at the door. Nobody's going in this turn. Okay, well, there's a warrior in there somewhere. Fast forward, you guys are doing nothing. You know what? I thought about moving him over a little bit. But regardless, we're going to stay at the door this turn. I thought about moving him over one space, the chainsword guy, so that our tactical guy could overwatch in through the door, but we'll do this instead. Okay, great. Okay, when my turn. Great. Not great. Well, this warrior is gonna do quite a bit of damage here. But at least he's only gonna do damage for one turn, then we're getting rid of him. Okay, perfect. There, problem solved. There's definitely multiple entrances into this escape area, but we're all gonna squeeze through this one door down here. Alright, well, maybe the sword guy should have went in front of this guy, but... yeah, maybe we should back him up one. Just their weird, gross noises moving around somewhere in the distance. Okay, there wasn't anything dangerous in here after all. We should be fine then. And we win. Yeah, very XCOM this game is. That's definitely what they were going for. Look at all that XP. A missile launcher that's going to the pawn shop immediately. Okay. Unit forces have been disrupted for now. The kill team must advance deeper into the city to complete their ultimate objective. A river blocks their path and can only be crossed via a machine bridge. To lower the bridge, the kill team must reach its control console. I'm tempted to, like, not even do the other stuff, like, before trying the higher difficulty, that is. Like, I'm tempted to, once we get to the boss fights, once we complete Act 5, to then go straight to the boss fights and just up the difficulty to see what happens. Not even go back to, like, the wave defenses to get a little bit more XP before doing it.
You have disrupted the Hive Mind's forces and bought yourself some time. A single bridge remains operational. Use it to cross the river, then enter the catacombs.
Oh, there's a bridge? Our bridge is back? Does not look like there's an exit that way. One less Tyranid. Okay, a little overzealous of me. Just making sure I'm not in his way, in case this doesn't work. It did not work. Okay, back to my turn. Look at all those hits, no misses. Goodbye, Gene Stealer. Okay, weird bug there. Shouldn't have. I got overzealous. I got a little carried away and revealed more than I should have. How dare they? Okay, just deselect him for no reason, game. This might be a mistake, might reveal something over here. Okay, well. Clearly some Tyranid out there is not happy about something. Yelling at us like that even though it doesn't know where we're at. Or maybe that was the one that was dying. Uh-oh. Every time I get impatient, I'm like, I'll just clear this corner. I'll just go around. What's the worst that could happen? And then the worst happens. Then there's a warrior staring directly at you. And nothing I can do either, because he's gonna stay planted right there. And there's like no way to get an angle on him. Well, that's gonna do us no good. Didn't matter anyway. I was like, well, if it has 3 targets, maybe it will attack the one that will retaliate and insta-kill it, but no. But quit deselecting my unit, game! Wow, that, like, effect where we can see, like, the light from the gun. That's fancy. Okay, I didn't actually see anything happen. Do we have to, like, wait multiple turns for this, like, bridge to lower or raise? At least there's more music now. I don't know why the prologue is so ominously quiet. Okay, I see the bridge. Oh, hey, look at that. That's pretty fancy. I don't think anything's gonna get close enough for us to actually trip those. Well, that one did, but that was the only one. Nothing else he can attack? Fine. Moving up. Okay. Oh, look at that. A pyrovore, come to say hello. Wow, a lot of them. We're trying to, like, sandwich us on this bridge. Oh, no, wait. No, those are Gaunts. From top down, they look like it a little bit for some reason. There we go. Continue to get out of there. I should actually look to see where we're going now that this thing is up. Where'd he come from? I don't know why, I just got an urge for, like, a Matrix XCOM game where, like, agents spawn and, like, agents are absolutely gonna kill you. And you gotta get out of there in time kind of thing. That would have been neat if that was ever real. Oh man. Time to run. Okay. Yeah, just run. Just run. Get out of there. Gotta move forward. Just keep running. Would have been nice if those hit. Oh no. Didn't see him. I think that armor absorption just helped him there. Oh no. That one's gotta go. That one's too close. He's gotta go too. Maybe we should just do that and hope for him to come around that way. Keep it moving. I don't think they're allowed to attack when they first spawn in. That's why they did nothing there. Well, this is the first level that's been a real problem. Oh no. I don't want to position myself in front of that open door, even though it would. Even though being down here makes me more vulnerable to whatever rounds this corner. See, that's why I didn't want to go over there. And it didn't matter, we got hit by it anyway. Oh, man. Wow, that was close. Our best guy almost died. Of course, that one misses. No way. Okay. Maybe we should go back and do one of those other levels to level up now, so we don't die. Because, man, yeah, the ramp up was pretty big in terms of how threatening these things were. Get me out of here. Man, I don't know about going into those catacombs just yet. Everybody gonna die if we go in there. Oh, we still can't do it. Yeah, okay, so you don't unlock the next level, the next tier of difficulty until you beat the entire game on that tier. Well, we're certainly not just gonna go grind, so I guess we're jumping in. The kill team are entering the Catacombs under the City of Dusk. They split their forces in two, half to defend the entrance to the Catacombs, and half to search the tunnels for the servo skulls containing the formulae.
However, the Tyranids have caught your scent. The team must split in two, some to secure the objective and others to guard our exit.
Oh, return with the servo skull, I see. Okay, and what, if we still had people over there? Then we could just... I mean, I don't see how it would have been any easier. I think it would have been harder if we did that. And I win! Oh yeah, that one was nowhere near as bad as the last one. Okay, that's what we want. The kill team have the servo skull, but a large tyrannid creature is stalking them as they make for their extraction site. I see. It says stalking like it's going to be a Lictor, but I presume it's going to be the Carnifex, right? We're getting close to the end of the game if Act 5 is the end of the game. But I guess we'll see. Death by the machine god, death is here, Magos Varnak, last words. Okay. Pretty generic last words.
Kill team, we are picking up signs of a large Tyrannid organism closing on your position. Get to the extraction zone quickly.
Yeah, large makes me think Carnifex. There he is! Ooh, he's at least got some crushing claws. Yeah, let's just kill it. It doesn't have any ranged weapons. Oh man, it means business. Retaliation! Well, he's dead. He's dead too, damn it. We gotta get out of this mission. We gonna die. We gotta go. Okay, I think that... Alright, they're not dead forever. That's good. Well, geez, that is certainly a wall of an enemy that we have to overcome now. Wow, what do we do here? I wonder if we could, like, overwhelm it with a bunch of Devastators. Like, if I swapped out the other Devastators for Ixion and Gunner. I mean, Gunner did good, but it's also too risky. He does good damage, but it's, like, at a horrible risk every time. Missile launcher. And Ixion. He's got the multi-melta. In fact, maybe we give him the missile launcher since he has the higher accuracy. And he can take the multi-melta since he also has the higher accuracy. The guy that's gonna... Yeah, Argus, since he's not leveled up, he can take the one that has multiple shots. I don't know if we're gonna get lucky again like that, where he went completely the wrong way to try and get somebody. But maybe we should try and make that happen, like send somebody that way. And the other way, too, to try and coax it into a direction like that.
Kill team, we are picking up signs of a large tyrannid organism closing on your position. Get to the extraction zone quickly.
It's either this or I gotta grind levels off camera. Hello, Mr. Carnifex. Shit, I fucked up. They can only move one in Overwatch. I forgot about that, about these Devastators. Oh my god, so close. They're probably just gonna die right here, though. Oh, no. No! Down he goes. This guy's got to survive 3 shots. 1. You fucking game. Oh my god, we almost had it. All right, I'm gonna take a break after that. So I took a break, had some food, and while I was doing that, I went back to the bridge level, and I just stood on the bridge and farmed enemies for a long time. My marker for when to stop farming enemies was when this guy got 20,000 XP to spend. Okay? +1 AP. We're taking that. You'll get to see how much the others helped out based on how much they have. Yeah, I gotta remember to use that ability when we're in there. Take 4 action points from next turn. Oh, man. We're not gonna get that much more from leveling up here. Maybe I should get something else here, like... Yeah, we're getting that. %30 accuracy. Ooh, 20% accuracy and 20% damage. To all Space Wolves, that is something. That's what we're rolling with. We'll use this. Accuracy and crit. 50% crit is pretty big considering how small those have been. On killing an enemy, gain 20% crit until the end of your next turn does not stack. On killing an enemy... Wow, okay, all that stuff is pretty good. This guy's only level 1. We probably should give him some extra bonus stuff. He should at least get to 20% accuracy. Really not sure how much that extra health is gonna help, so... Yeah, so let's just focus on the accuracy bonus for now. This one, yes. Mr. Rocket Man needs it. Okay. We'll see if that's enough. It's either that or I'm going back to that bridge, right? It's either this works and we move on, or I go back to that bridge and I farm up 20,000 more XP and divvy up again. Yeah, I don't know, like, this thing seems like it's meant for units higher level than what I have, at least.
Kill team, we are picking up signs of a large tyrannid organism closing on your position. Get to the extraction zone quickly.
Like, if you had nothing but dudes, if you had nothing but, like, rank 2 and 3 sword and pistol dudes, and you had them, like, constantly running from this thing, and picking off the other enemies as you go. That, I think, would work pretty well if they had, like, a good, good passive abilities and active abilities, but, like, I don't think we are, like, this is the best hope we have with the units that we have, with the squad that we can select from. This is the best we can do, is just try and DPS it down. That's as far as they can go. No. Do not be using whatever that ability is. Shit! Damn it! I forgot he needs 3 action points. Damn it! Ugh. There's always something that fucks up this first round against this thing. It chose to go that way. Okay. Forget running. We're just gonna try and DPS it down this time. I forgot to use the ability of the guy that's the first guy that we moved, the Melta guy. Well, he's dead. It doesn't matter. The whole plan immediately got screwed up by this thing taking the alternate route. Yeah, this is the worst. Our rocket person has not been able to attack yet. $720? Yes, that move probably would have been better used on the ads, but... or at least waiting till the ads are around. But we need every sliver of damage off of this guy. $388 is good. No, just keep missing. No, miss more. No, miss more. Don't hit more. There we go. Damage of all times. Of all times to do such low damage. Come on. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay, go ahead and miss another. Okay, now miss another. Again. One more. No, no. All right, well. It's okay. I think we've got this now. We did it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Most of them are not coming home. We're going at the rocket guy's pace. We go together. Okay, let's move up to here. Well, at least we got rid of one of them. Why is the game lagging? What is going on? It's okay. He has the movement to catch up. Well, that's messed up. Okay, it doesn't get to attack. Oh yeah, we can just do this. And then continue on our way. Okay, let me move. Okay. So they... Oh, no. I see. I understand. So, when they lose, even if you succeed, it does that. Nobody really stays dead for good. Well, I mean, this is the first time we completed a mission without everybody making it out just fine, so that's the first time we found out. What does this thing do? War gear can only be equipped by an Ultramarine passive plus 50% damage when target is below 50% health. That's pretty good. Gargantua. Tech priests are crafting a batch of bioagent based on the recovered formulae. The hive mind must realize this as they are massing to attack the bastion that shelters the tech priests and their work. The Deathwatch must hold off the assault until the bioagent production is complete. The Deathwatch have taken defensive positions around the base, and the first wave of Tyranids are swarming it. The Deathwatch must cut down the horde as it surges toward them.
Is coming. Ready your weapons and remember your battle oaths. The fortress must hold. This day will be long and marked with blood.
Well, I don't know where they're going to be coming from yet, so this is good enough positioning for now. I don't know if those searchlights are very necessary. They almost are immersion breaking. They look so weird. Just this 2D JPEG of a searchlight rotating. Okay, is this gonna be the norm? Or are they gonna just start coming from that corner? Or are they gonna come from this way as well? I suppose we could just kind of go stand in the corner up there. That would probably work. Yeah, let's back up. Let's back up and go stand in the corner. This corner, like right here, that corner's perfect. I mean, as long as the Carnifex never spawns, you know, as long as that Carnifex was a boss and does not become a regular enemy, then we're fine. But honestly, that might be... Maybe when Space Marine 2 comes out, it'll change, but so far, that probably was the best Carnifex boss fight there is. Unless there's a better one in Dawn of War 2. I don't remember how the fight with the Carnifex goes in that. Okay, fast forward. I might tweak this arrangement a little bit as we go forward as well. The fact that he can't attack from here sure is problematic. What the hell is that about? There we go. Maybe I was on the wrong one. Yeah, I think I was. What is this one again? Everything in range. Alright, we'll just do that. No, wrong guy. Okay, Pyrobor staring at us over there. You can do it. There you go. Let's see if moving them down one makes a difference. Hell yeah. So far, I think this arrangement is working just fine. Okay, things slowly moving in from the distance. I'm wondering if doing like this would be better. But then what does their Overwatch look like if I do that? Theirs looks like that. It's only the space directly in front of them that gets blocked. I'm gonna have to see what the Rocket Guys is like next turn. Okay, is this everything coming from that way now? Probably. Well, there certainly is a lot. If anything comes from directly below, he can't hit it. I hear something big. What am I hearing? That better not be a Carnifex. I don't like all those Gene Stealers just standing right outside the range that they can get hit. I mean, what? That sounds like a Carnifex. Maybe it's just a warrior, but it sounds like a Carnifex. Hey, what about your Overwatch? What are you doing over there? Yeah, we gotta shoot him. Okay, you shot him. Yeah, that's what he was supposed to already do. Oh, that's what it is. It's the Hive Guard. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, shit. That counts as line of sight. Yeah, I guess now we know. If we can see it, that's no good. The other level made me think like, oh, maybe you can only see in a straight line. We might all have to get behind those boxes. Well, that's unfortunate. Now we know it's there. It's gotta go. Okay, well that thing got behind enemy lines, but... Oh, well, I did not mean to do that, but... whatever. He's got low health anyway, so we'll do that. Well, that's bad. You know, sometimes right trigger, which is what we use to switch between movement and attacking, sometimes that right trigger just causes the attack to execute anyways. Like that happened when I was using this guy. And yeah, I'm glad that has never happened when I literally need to move out of the way of something like this, because that would be bad. Ooh. This counts as line of sight, huh? And we're doing this. No crit. That was not successful. Which way is it gonna go? Well, of course it went that way. I mean, it was the way it seemed like it already was going. It is a curious idea for those. Like that move it does. That move it does when you are in line of sight, when the turn begins. That is the other weapon that you upgrade to. That's the other weapon that costs more, like in Battle Sector and that kind of thing. In here, it's just like a raid mechanic of like, don't start the turn in front of it, then it'll use that, which is pretty interesting. It is a neat way to use that. And we win! Anybody gonna be able to level up? Ooh, a Power Fist. That's a weird looking Power Fist. Some kind of puzzle piece Power Fist, but I like it. Second wave of Tyranids is coming. The kill team have rigged the battlefield with fragmentation clusters. They must now time the detonations to inflict maximum damage on the enemy.
Calm has allowed our servitors to mine the area with fragmentation clusters. Time your detonations to maximize destruction of the enemy.
Okay.
Ready yourselves. They are here.
Okay, so what does it actually mean? Okay, mines have been planted to help against the incoming Tyranid attack. You must trigger the mines when you feel it is right. When triggered, the mines will explode and damage all adjacent units. How? How trigger? What trigger? What and how trigger mines? Don't know. Oh. Do the mines have sight? Because we're all gonna go back to the corner. Well, I'm definitely gonna try and wait for it to be something big. Like, I certainly don't need the mines against any of these. Now, how much do the mines do, though, is the real question. And also, why, like, this definitely feels like padding here. Like, this is basically the same mission, but, like, now there's gonna be more enemies, and we have mines. Like, okay. Why didn't you just take out the first mission? You know, why didn't you just take out the first one and have this one in here? It's like, well, we know why. Because it's padding. Because they didn't have anything else to fill out Act 5, so they did this. So far, the heavy hitters haven't even done the majority of the work. Well, something just happened over there. Okay, hell yeah. Oh, he was even the last one. Ah, look at all that XP. And level 2 Melt-A-Gun. A Grav Gun. Target loses 2 AP their next turn. 100% chance to stun. Very nice. Master of Relics, a level 4 guy. After many hours of fighting, the Deathwatch have been pushed back by the Tyranid swarms. Deep in the fortress, tech priests still work on the bioagent. The kill team must buy them more time.
Are many, and we are few. But on this spot, we shall stand unbowed and unbroken. Our brother Tech Marines are still working towards our true victory. Only you stand between them and the enemy.
Clear the rooftop, it says. He's gonna power up. Do that. Move out of the way. Didn't even need to move out of the way. Wow, that was a much easier mission. Just inconvenient searching around for stuff. Another Power Fist. The tech priests have completed their work and the gunships are coming to extract them. The kill team must cover their escape and hold out against a last assault.
Brothers, the experimental agent is complete and we are ready to extract you. Hold the rooftop until arrival. At the passing of night, and in life or death, you will stand victorious.
Maybe we just stand, like, against this wall here. It's either that or we stand, like, right at the edge over there. That could work, too. We'll try this and see how it goes. I guess it depends on where they're spawning from. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to stand by the walls, or like by the edges, because I figured those were spawning points, and they definitely look like they are. Right, what if that corner that I was just referencing, what if that's where the Hive Tyrant spawns in at? That would be a nightmare. Yeah, I don't know about this setup. This doesn't feel the best. Maybe if we back up even further into this corner? Maybe? Yeah, let's back up into here. I guess. This is still not ideal, actually. Good enough for now, I guess. Okay, let's back up. We'll have these two back up even more. Yeah, I think I know how I want to do this. Okay, random gene stealer. Hurried up. Why are we staring at you, random gene stealer? End your turn. Oh, come on, man. You gotta hit something. Yeah, I don't like the plasma guy being there. That's why I left the space open. Because he's moving. Playing musical chairs here, getting everybody in place. Kinda don't want this guy here either, though. Well, I guess he is good. Fine, we'll go back to this. I wanted to move him. This is the setup I wanted, but he was kind of dying. So I was gonna not do it, but we're doing it now. We're not done moving everything around. I've got another idea. Okay, hurry up, Gene Stealers. Yeah, they're playing hopscotch somewhere for some reason. Gene Stealer facing another, Gene Stealer and rock, paper, scissors. He's gonna go here. This one is gonna go here. Why you try and use it on everybody but you? Put it on you. There we go. Okay, well, this layout is working. It's working great. Okay, just Overwatch with him. Why not? We're gonna use it now. There we go. Overwatch. Fine, I guess it didn't feel like overwatching. Not quite. Did not finish them off. Do they have AP left? Doesn't matter if that one does. They certainly do. They've got to run out sometime, and there they go. We did it. Okay, there's got to be another act. Okay, Act 4, not 4, 6. Stranglehold. A rogue hive ship penetrated the Imperial lines and is now orbiting the gas giant Stranglehold. Inquisitor Harkin, with 3 squads of Space Marines, was sent to destroy the hive ship using the new bioagent. The strike force was lost before completing their mission. The Deathwatch must finish what Harkin started. This has gotta be where we fight the Hive Tyrant, right? On the hive ship like I was hoping. The Deathwatch have located the hive ship in Stranglehold's gravity well and fought their way to the ship's stabilizing canal. The kill team? The kill team, typo. The kill team must now destroy the vibroid glands to destabilize the ship.
Kill team, your mission is to gut this foul vessel and leave it as a carapace in the void. Destroying the vibroid glands in this area will destabilize the ship. Ready your weapons. The hive mind senses your presence and wakens its forces.
Sure. Shit, I didn't mean to do that. Well, it didn't matter.
The beast of the night comes.
No, this is no beast of legend. The Xenos deploys something very real.
Good, for I cannot weave a saga from phantoms.
We do not fight this for your personal glory, Space Wolf.
Why are you so ashamed of glory, Ultramarine? Did Gaiman beat it out of your gene seed? We will kill it both for pride and for duty.
Ooh, the way those jiggle. I'm glad it's ending on a hive ship. This is how I hoped it would end. You really never get to see inside of these things. Even if it is an unusual isometric way of looking at it all. Yeah, geez, I just wish we could see more. Every time I change it from the isometric view, I can't see anything. Oh, well that's problematic. What do you have there? He's certainly got different weapons. Ooh, he's a melee one. That is a Tyrant Guard. That's a Tyrant Guard, kind of. Kind of looks like they just kind of edited the Hive Guard to kind of look like the Tyrant Guard, but... I'm glad that worked. Yeah, that thing's gonna do a lot of melee damage.
By sanguineous wings, I shall slay them all.
Stay focused, brother. We gain no advantage if you press
If the enemy is dead, who cares how the task is performed?
Oh yeah, this thing is gonna be a problem. Wishing I had that rocket launcher now. I thought I already hit that. I'm pretty sure I did. Right, that's why everything got deselected, because I hit that. It just didn't register past that. Miss! Yeah, this thing is a problem. Good thing it only has 3 action points. You can just outrun it. They sure don't, though. That's all? I would have been better off doing the successive attacks. That was a waste. I'm glad it just didn't understand how to get through there. That was very helpful. It did it again. There, back to the unit I was actually trying to select. Okay, Pyrovore hanging out down there. I want those two to stick together so that guy's not going to go ahead of him. I don't know where that other Gene Stealer went. Maybe we killed it. I thought there was one left on that side, but I guess not. Okay, that was a waste. That did nothing. I thought it would at least attack the sack thing we're supposed to destroy, but apparently that doesn't count. Okay, now we get out of here. Simple enough. Is there gonna be another Tyrant Guard hanging around? I hope not. Okay, let's see if we can get rid of this thing. Well, that worked. One shot, one kill. Sure, not the same case with that thing. Okay, one less. Don't know where that warrior is. Guess it's behind those spikes over there. Should be fine. Yeah, it used all its AP just to get over there. Just an exercise in playing leapfrog. Whoever's in front does the attacking. And then whoever's in back moves up. Oh, one shot, one kill. No problem at all getting rid of that thing. Well, I was hoping for the same result there, but we didn't get it. Go ahead, get your attacks in, Gene Stealer. Two. Three. All right, we're just making a run for it. We will at least take out this Gene Stealer, though. This one, too. What's the matter? Does the game not like one of these spawns? Okay, now we win. Level 2 Flamer. Rhyme. With no sign of Inquisitor Harkin, the kill team must follow their secondary objective to gut the hive ship using a mix of incendiary devices mixed with the newly developed bioagent. The kill team must defend the bomb until it is fully armed.
It's the Inferno device. Defend the position while the arming cycle is completing.
Okay. Oh, okay, we've done it. Mission over. Marmaroth over there sitting on his mountain of XP. Okay. The main device has been set and preparations for the Hive ship's destruction continue. A chain of melta-bombs need to be planted as the kill team makes for the extraction point. Higher tier weapons have a significantly lower accuracy. Your Space Marines will need to improve his accuracy, blah blah. Yeah, I get it. Death by the machine gun, death is here. Okay, but yeah, that does make sense though. You actually have to improve your accuracy if you're going to use higher tier weapons. Good thing we really cranked up accuracy.
Mission is nearly complete. To maximize the Inferno device's destruction, we must chain its detonation with other explosions. Place melter bombs on these points, then head to the drop zone.
Sure. Ooh, well, I was hoping there was no Tyranids in sight, but there are. That solves that. There's another problem. Not a great angle to attack it from, so everybody just move up. I'm obviously not doing this as cautiously as we are used to. I'm just going for it. We're just rushing it at this point. The finish line is in sight. Unless there ends up being 10 acts to this game, which would be wild.
We must stick together.
Calm yourself. I am scouting the area.
You still seem wet behind the ears, Initiate, yet to leave the scout company. We advance as one. That is the wisdom of the Codex.
I'm already not used to being able to actually do that. Advance and Overwatch. Just from the little bit of time we spent as a almost entirely Devastator team. Gonna do the weird camera spin. Sure can't see anything there. Game way too dark. Nothing sees us, so there's no reason to overwatch, but this way the other guy does not get left behind if we just end turn here. Okay, gonna randomly deselect. How dare you, game?
Blood Angel, you are acting troubled.
The red thirst is on me.
The condition is unfamiliar to me. But if your thirst is for the death of the Xenos, then by all means, go and quench it.
Come on, there we go. Oh, geez, it has removed that one as a targetable unit for some reason. Yep, it's just busted now. Oh, it must have overcharged. Yeah, I should have done that first. Yep, relish in your free attacks now, because it won't help. Well, moving forward. That Gaunt up here is going to get some free attacks, maybe. But oh well. Please stop deselecting, game. Oh, Pyrovore hanging out over there. Thought that was like a Brood Lord. The Gene Stealer, I thought it, for some reason it looked bigger, so I thought it was a Brood Lord for a second, but no, it is not. Once again, that Tier 4 Melt-A-Gun is the MVP. Nobody could target it. So we're just gonna hide from it for this turn. That Pyrovore. Wow, how dare you? Well, that must be it. They didn't even put one of those Hive Guards in here, or the Tyrant Guards. Pretty easy for a mission this late in the game. Do I just win? Or do we actually have to extract? Yep, we actually have to. Just a little bit of XP farming before we finish up. Passive. Unit takes 5 less damage every turn, but heals for 20% with every kill. Oh. That's kind of good and also not very good. This war gear can only be equipped by a Blood Angel. Melt-A-Bombs have been planted and the kill team are ready to withdraw, but a huge Brood Lord has been spotted in the area. It is believed that this creature killed Inquisitor Harkin. The kill team must avenge his death.
Brothers, there is a Broodlord in your vicinity. We believe this is the creature that killed Inquisitor Harkon. The Hive ship's fate is sealed, but we will have vengeance for Harkon's death. Take the head of his killer.
No way it's actually 10 acts. That would be insane if it was actually 10 acts long. That can't be. Obviously, it's gonna be like the Carnifex, where it's just gonna all of a sudden be in front of us. I'm presuming it's gonna be like the Carnifex where it gets its own cutscene and everything, but you never know. There it is. Well, this is all we're gonna do. Overwatch and see what happens. Well, it certainly is no Carnifex. Well, it's definitely absorbing quite a bit of damage. Okay, maybe we hit some crits. At the beginning, because now we're not doing it. Right, I think their plasma overloaded. Or overcharged. I should have just done the other one. I should have done the big shot. If only we had our trusty rocket launcher. It missed! We need to stack more on accuracy. I think the heal is enough. Oh yeah, we're fine. Oh yeah, this one nowhere near as tough. Not even close to the Carnifex. What is this? Oath of Angels. This war gear can only be equipped by a Blood Angel, 25% crit and 50% crit damage for every Blood Angel still alive until your next turn. Oh. Okay. Will we get another 4? Or will we get another 1? Just a random tactical dude that we can just immediately throw in the dumpster. It was a dude that's going in the dumpster. Okay, Confluence of Skarl. The Confluence of Skarl is an armed asteroid on the edge of the Astolat sector. The Hive Fleet has overwhelmed the area. The Tyranids now swarm among the canyons. Marco cannons on the largest of these rocks can be overloaded, destroying the doomed area and dealing a massive blow to the invaders. Okay, well, even so, I gotta take a break from this game. I've been playing this thing all day. I gotta go to bed. So it's gonna be seamless for you, instant transition, but I definitely gotta take a break from this. Okay, break is done, and I looked it up. There are 9 chapters, so there are 3 remaining. Let's see, did I read this one yet? I think I did. The Deathwatch have landed outside the base of the base housing the macro cannon. A sizable Tyranid force is advancing on their position. They must reach the compound quickly. Wow, that is a Tyrannofex. Or is it? Is that a Hierophant back there? Definitely stuff that's not gonna be in this game. There's just no way. If this game had a Hierophant, it would be the only game ever to do so. Which, it is a shame. It would be nice if that kind of thing was in something. At least one thing that had to do with 40k media, but alas, no.
Brothers, the macro cannon battery lies to the east of your position.
In fact, that piece of art, I think, counts as the
Advance
only time...
quickly. A swarm approaches at speed from the west.
I think that piece of art counts as the only time it has been featured in any game. Okay, so we gotta go up here. Understood. That thing is quite a bit away from us. Let's just move up. Good enough. We're gonna rush towards the finish line. Oh, well, that one came out of nowhere. I see. This is gonna be one of those ones where it punishes you for taking too long to go to the objective.
Wings, I shall slay them all.
Stay focused, brother. We gain no advantage if you rampage ahead.
If the enemy is dead, who cares how the task is performed?
They seem to have to tell him that a lot. Not like it's the first time we've heard them say that to him. He should be able to handle these two just fine. If it hits. Okay, then... quit deselecting my units, damn it! Oh, well, that's there. Yep, nothing we can do. Everybody just move on. Unless we have some kind of ability that can be used. I don't think it's gonna help. It didn't. Don't know where he's going. Okay, very good. We'll just move on over to there, take a shot at... Maybe I should have gone with the one at the bottom. That seems like the one that'll be hardest to hit for everybody else. He's selected again. There we go. Well, that's as far as we can go. Sounded like there's a... something big somewhere. Maybe a hive guard. Oh yeah, there's one. That it? I think that's it. Okay. Must be overcharged. It's not working anymore. Well, now that that thing is there, we gotta do this. I aimed at the wrong one. That's problematic. We'll try and meet shield. Ooh, I don't like that. Who has line of sight? If it's him, he needs to get healed. Fuck! No, not that one. I just presumed it would go to the closest one. Why would it go to that one? Look at that. You take a little bit of a break and you start taking things for granted in the game, and things start going wrong. Miss again. No, miss. That's not a miss. The, like, clomping sounds so weird. They definitely tried to get some kind of, like, horse clopping sound in there for the hooves of, the tyrant or the
Let us
hive
cleanse this
guard.
ground, brothers.
Why the need for such haste?
There is no sin in performing one's duties efficiently, brother.
As long as speed does not replace diligence.
What, overcharged again? Wow. I'm losing faith in this gun. Okay, was it really only that singular hive guard? No, it wasn't. I shouldn't have moved up. I knew better too. I did it anyways. Alright, you know not to trust this game. You cannot go around corners like that unless it's the start of your turn. But I did it anyways. I'm just trying to rush towards the exit. Oh man, you gonna die. Oh, well maybe they blocked him. Maybe he can't, yeah, he's not gonna be able to get attacked by the hive guard now. He's been saved. Oh, already? Does this thing overcharge every single time? It fails so consistently. It's outrageous. All right, we'll see what happens. Will that thing come down here? Well, something did. I can hear it over there, horse clopping around. Yep, there it is. Okay, my turn. Okay. Mission success. We can proceed on towards the exit. Unless there is suddenly another surprise hive guard somewhere. Which I feel like the chances of that are pretty low. Anything getting kind of close? Does not seem like it. That's it. We win. Armoroth over there up to 7,500. Our stim pack that we're not going to use. Having reached the base and sealed the perimeter, the kill team encounter large and deadly Tyranid creatures. Certainly not the two on the left and right that are pictured here. Whatever we're gonna encounter, it's not gonna be them.
Our scans detect many larger enemies within.
I do think I'm not gonna go back.
Of the alien taint.
I'm not gonna go back and do like the boss fights anytime soon. Instead, maybe one day, like I'm not gonna go back and do them on the higher difficulty right after. Oh, the Tyrant Guard. Well, we already got introduced to this. That's weird. They forgot that it was in an earlier mission. It was weird they didn't introduce it then. There are Tyrant Guard in this base. Tyrant Guards are tough when shot from the front and mitigate a large amount of damage. Try and flank them and shoot them in the back. But yeah, I'm not gonna go and do the other boss battles. I'm not gonna go back and do the boss battles in the higher difficulty immediately after we complete the campaign. Well, for one, I thought the campaign was shorter. And it's not. And two, someday we can loop back around to this game and go back through it. Do the whole campaign again, but on the next tier up of difficulty. If it doesn't let me go straight to the final one, we could do the next one up. So is that purple? That purple must be like where it, to show if you attack from there, it's gonna get absorbed by the armor. That's gotta be what that is. Oh no! I didn't think he could hit anyone here. But obviously he could. Yeah, we're gonna, like, never use that move again. Yeah, that move is not worth it. Wow, how awful. Compound has been cleared, and now the kill team must overload the macro cannon.
You have purified the compound, but the enemy remains beyond its walls. This moon is beyond salvation. Overload the macro cannons and let it die.
Should have waited to move the other guy. Could have used that ability. Got a free attack off on him, but oh well. No big deal. All right, only one more left. We're pretty much right next to it. So far, a lot of these have been pretty easy. That one mission where we had to run over the bridge, where we had to wait for the bridge to rise, that was probably the toughest mission yet. That one had me worried about what the rest of the game was going to be like, but no. The rest of the game was not like that. That's it, right? No extraction zone, yep, we just win. I'm gonna start selling those stim packs.
The enemy is all around. The hive mind senses our plans. Gunships are coming, but you must hold until the macro cannons are on the verge of detonating. Summon your rage. Honor your chapters. For the Emperor.
Yeah, for the Emperor. Okay, so is this going to be where the extraction point appears? Like, that's important to know. Maybe we should just go up there. Well, we can't stand behind that cannon. That's a bit more problematic. A bit more inconvenient than I would want. Maybe over there on the right. Or we could just stand in front of this thing Or we could just stay right here. Is the other option. Oh, well, that is over there. That's problematic. Is it already clip-clopping toward me? Well, if it is... That says we can stand back there. Wonder why I wasn't letting the other guy stand back there. Don't know. Oh well. Yeah, that's not a great place for the Hive Guard to be. Let's see, what can we do here? I should just get rid of that plasma gun as well, even though it's like a high level one. I should just give him the rocket. Come on, cooperate. Okay, that's what I was hoping for. All right, how many turns do we gotta survive? 9 turns. I mean, if this is the kind of resistance we have to deal with, then we're certainly going to survive. One more turn down. I thought I heard the hoof clomping, though. Yeah, I certainly did. Oh no, my battery level's low. I could plug it in right now, but it is such a inconvenient angle. There, I don't even know what happened. I was plugging in the controller. I'm sure this was not the developers' idea of how this mission was supposed to go. But I mean, not my fault. I'm patiently waiting for the enemies to show up. Nothing's showing up. So far, that base defense with the mines, that was probably the best one, where we had to actually just hold ground and defend. Oh, must be overloaded. Not working. They need a sound effect or something there to tell you that it's not working. I say that like they're actively working on the game, like it hasn't, like it's not like dead as dead can be. Just checking, 4 turns. There it is. Well, I was hoping for a little bit more than that, but didn't get it. That did nothing. Don't know why. Okay, their gun is still busted. I gotta get rid of plasmas completely, man. They're just terrible. Like, the only reason I even bothered was the specialization thing, but forget it. The specialization's not worth it. Like, for being a tier 4 weapon, you would think it would be like one of the best weapons we use, right? Out of this team, and it's not. It's like consistently one of the worst. It's overloaded again. I can't do anything with it. Like, it's actually busted. It won't even Overwatch. Yeah, 15% chance my ass. For like literally every turn. Every chance. Every chance is when it's gonna get overloaded. Hold on for 12 turns? Didn't we already do that? Okay, that's why, because we're done. That's why it said that. A stun grenade! A level 2 veteran. Act 8. The Lantern. The Tyranids were obliterated at Skrull. However, their Hive Fleet now advances on the final line of defense around the nebula cluster known as the Lantern. Sightings place a High Tyrant on the surface of Lantern's Glare, a neighboring planet. The loss of such a great Synapse organism will send the hive mind into disarray, giving our forces an opportunity to attack.
This day you are the tip of the spear, the death which comes without warning. On this ground you will ambush the enemy, break their strength, and scatter them back to the abyss. You hold the fate of millions in your hands. Do not fail them.
Okay, all these objectives right in the middle of the street. Camera, please. I see. Is that a good enough angle to hit it? It was. It was not a great hit, but it did hit. And that missed, unfortunately. I gotta remember to buff his accuracy even more. Well, this is unfortunate. Hey, it worked! Wow. Is there gonna be more of them on the street? Is going down the middle of the street the wrong idea here? Well, he's gonna get hit. Gonna get hit by that gene stealer, but oh well. You know, I thought it was just enough spaces to not get hit. Even better. Oh, that's the wrong one. Who's got the flame? Was it this guy? He does! I moved the wrong one out of the way. Alright, well that's a waste. Yeah, could have done that from the start. What a waste. No, wrong one. It's just that one. That's not such a big deal.
Brother, watch the flank!
Keep your helmet on, Ultramarine. I know my way around the kill zone.
right, moving up. Even if it's only by one step. At this rate, we will clear out this entire zone, though. Sooner than later. Because it seems like you're supposed to be sneaky here, and we're just bulldozing through everything. You're doing it the quick way. Sure, let's just overwatch. Let them come to us.
Where are the beasts? I hunger for their death.
Patience! The vile creatures will show themselves soon enough.
We should hunt them out, like a hound sent to sniff out a petrol squirrel.
Tyranids do not cower. They are like us and know no fear. You may think we hunt them, I assure you. The hive mind is working under the assumption it is hunting us.
You are the be it. The Xenos will discover that some quarry bite back.
Okay, that did not work again for some reason. Well, that is problematic. $11. Awful. I'm really hoping we don't have to flank this. And we can just brute force our way through it so I don't have to break formation, but it really does not seem like that's going to happen. Please do not miss again. One side or the other. He's gonna pick one. Good thing I healed him. His little crab claws. That reminded me of Banjo-Kazooie. That Treasure Trove Cove crab boss fight at the beginning. I mean, like I thought, we took out everything straight through the center, and now we can pretty much just walk to all of them unimpeded. No point to move anybody else anywhere now. Okay, victory. Another power axe. Okay. This guy looks like he's gonna use a pistol and a sword, though. And he does, which means he's not coming with us. The trap is set and the kill team wait. If they destroy the High Tyrant, the High Fleet will spasm, allowing the Imperial forces to cut them apart.
The Hive Tyrant and its guard approaches. Get out of sight and prepare to strike. Wait for the optimal moment before detonating the mines. This beast will fight once it senses your presence.
Okay, it wants us to get out of sight. Hopefully it can't just see really far in a straight line. Because then it'll see everybody that is not hiding. Oh, that's where... Okay. It's coming from the wrong way. No, we gotta... Alright, we just gotta throw away all the XP that we haven't spent, because this is not working. This is dumb as hell, trying to do it this way. We've got to go back into it and go hide the correct direction and see if it actually told us which direction it was coming from. Because if it didn't, then what in the fuck?
Hive Tyrant and its guard approaches. Get out of sight and prepare to strike. Wait for the optimal moment before detonating the mines. This beast will fight once it senses your presence.
Yes, it does not say. In fact, the camera pans up to where you presume it's gonna come from, and then it comes from the other fucking direction. But it's fine. It's fine. We're gonna kill this fucking thing. Maybe we should have went diagonal like this rocket guy. He's like by far the furthest away at this point. That sure is a curious design for one of these. It looks like, what is that? Scything talons and two bone swords? So it's like they didn't commit to the Swarm Lord. They did not commit to the Swarm Lord. But they did not go with the standard Hive Tyrant either. Which is the two bone swords, or no, single bone sword and a lash whip, and a venom cannon. Alright, don't think it saw me. Ooh, wow, look at that. It's got a brood lord with it. Okay, it's not on that one. This mine mechanic is well done, though. I do think they incorporate it rather well when they do decide to. Okay, we've got a hive guard. Is that adjacent? I think that is. I like how the Broodlord's just got one Gene Stealer. He's got a crew of one with him. Just a little fella he keeps with him. I think that is adjacent to this one. It was. Okay, at this point, I think we just gotta come out. There's no more... There is no more... mines for us to exploit. Unless we can somehow lead them back around to them, which would be really nice, but I don't think we're going to be able to pull that off. Maybe the move is hiding somewhere over here? Actually, ooh, yeah, you could hide over here. That would be the way. Instead of going through there, you go through here and you hide here, and then you blow up those two, and then you come around and you shoot these two and aggro them and pull them back this way. And then blow the other two up on the Hive Tyrant as well. Oh yeah, that is the much better way of doing it. Ooh, he's out in the open. I thought those barrels were protecting him. They are not. Well, he's dead. My turn. That's all it says. Wow. We just gotta do whatever we can here. Get everyone out in the open so we can all unload. Yes, another miss. Yeah, I think the big problem here is the Broodlord. Yeah, with its 3,500 health, that is very problematic. No, not a miss. Come on, hit. Okay, no. All right, 2 misses, 2 hits. Not great. But the Hive Tyrant's almost down. Then we can just switch focus. Oh, man, all that healing not helping at all. Unfortunate. $33? Wow. Do something besides nothing! Unbelievable. Should have went the other way. Wow, we are gonna lose this now just because of all those misses. All those horrible consecutive misses. Not 30 damage. You have to do more than 30 damage. No, come on. Fucking hit him. Xeno's Bane. Yeah, we're not out of the woods yet, though. Very bad. We're gonna make a run for the mines. He can't do any attacks if he is chasing us. Should have moved this guy up. He's not going to be able to hit him now. Maybe? Why didn't you move? Why did it deselect? I think I did damage to him. That was a mistake. I should not have done that. Should have waited for him to move first. Well, that's problematic. Well, he can run too, I suppose. Until we detonate these. All right, we can do this. Still problematic. Okay, he's gonna take one for the team here. Shit, I didn't mean for him to take that much of one for the team. I should have moved back one first, damn it. Miss again! Hopefully he's still on the rocket guy. Oh shit, I fucked up. Now he can't shoot a rocket. Well, let's do this then. Almost. Surely we've got it in the bag now. It didn't end turn for some reason when I hit that. No! He almost made it. If I didn't fire that point-blank rocket, he totally would have. We did it. Overwatch for the win. Armoroth, the MVP again, adding to his mountain of XP. The Hive Tyrant is dead and the Imperial attack has begun. However, strange larvae emerge from the corpse. The kill team must see samples of these creatures and then reach their extraction zone.
This is unexpected. The Hive Tyrant was carrying some form of larvae. These specimens would be invaluable to our tech priests. Collect samples of the larvae and then fall back to the end of the road.
Sure, we can do that. No way it's gonna be as tough as actually fighting the Hive Tyrant. Yeah, what are those? Yeah, because it was not Scything Talons after all. Sometimes it lets you move when others are moving, sometimes not. I guess it's when they are moving to an objective. It does not let you move anybody else.
You are a veteran of the battle for Macragge, are you not, brother? How are you faring, facing minions of Leviathan?
It is refreshing, brother. We get to spend our wrath against the Xenos filth once more.
Well, that is over there. Let's just go right here.
Many innocents have died in this sector. We must avenge them.
Cool your blood, brother. Innocents die across the entire galaxy every day. This is just one event in thousands, millions even.
What are you saying? That what we do here is meaningless?
Far from it. Even the smallest cog plays its part in the largest of machines. But cogs are passionless and therefore efficient.
Were you always this much fun, Ultramarine?
Okay, let's go behind that thing. This is a bit sketchy to do, but I'm just kind of avoiding that thing for now. See if we can make it to the end without even fighting it. Oh no. Okay, well, that solved that problem. Not nearly as much as I wanted that damage to be. Yes, this is an unfortunate amount of damage we're just gonna stand here and take from this Gene Stealer. Okay, also unfortunate that that thing could see us from over there. Okay, that plan worked. Barely, but it did. Of course. Our MVP missing shots, as always. Hit a shot, damn it. Can't hit from there? Alright. Going this way then. Okay, there's no good. It went that way, which is inconvenient. That wasn't everybody, but oh well. Alright, just gonna keep missing everything. Alright, he's only coming around that corner if we need him to. Maybe we should have just stacked on the damage. It might be close enough to where we could get him. Well, that's the answer. It was. Guess this guy's going here then. Okay, he is safely in there. Seemed like the that hive guard was certainly targeting him more than anybody else. It definitely wanted him dead, and we stopped it from pulling that off. Alright, it's gonna take more than one turn, but not much more. And then it turns out those samples are growing new Hive Tyrants, and the Hive Tyrant is back already. Ready for her round 2 in the final act. Wow, that's a fancy plasma cannon. Too bad we're never going to use it. Alright, I am taking another break. Because I've still not been to bed. I woke up. When I said I was gonna go to sleep, I didn't go to sleep. I tried to, it didn't work. Got up at 2 a.m., did more of this, and now we're here. I have got to push through and do the last of this sooner or later. Maybe I'll come back in a couple more hours if I can't sleep. We'll see. We'll see. Either that or I'm actually gonna get some sleep, wake up early, and then finish this. But regardless, that's the plan. Okay. It is indeed the next day now. Refreshed, ready to go. Let's see. Tyranids have been driven into a frenzy trying to reclaim the stolen larvae. The Deathwatch must hold off the attack until Hive Mind withdraws its forces. Sure. Okay, so only 5 missions left. This one and then the next 4. And this one is a hold off and defend one, so all we have to do is what we always do. Just gotta find a good corner.
Brothers, the presence of the larvae samples has driven the Tyranids into a frenzy. Cut them down until they are forced to withdraw.
Okay, was that thing at one point intended to work? Right, that thing is there like it actually could help, but not like we can select it. But regardless, this is as ideal a setup as we can get. Just a direct line of 5 that we can just overwatch down from. Okay, that does not break the line of sight. That does, though. Well, the fact that Hive Guard are present are going to be a little inconvenient, but just gonna have to do things like what I just did. Stepping slightly out of out of line of sight for them. Okay, that's all we'll need to do. There's the big one. Where's my rocket launcher, Overwatch? It didn't activate at all. Hey, wow, that worked. Guess we're all good then. You know, I would take a, I would take a game that even looked like Final Fantasy Tactics. That was a Warhammer 40k game. If it actually had, like, a bunch of Tyranid diversity to allow, like, not just all the biomorphs, but facing off against multiple hive fleets in one game kind of thing. Because at this point, it really seems like that's never gonna happen. Like, we'll never see that in a video game. But it would be neat. Like I said, even if it had to look like Final Fantasy Tactics, just 2D sprites on a 3D playing field, that'd be fine with me. If it had to be 2D chibi sprites to get the Court of the Nephilim King and something, I'd do it. I'd be okay with it. A bunch of their Overwatches did not activate for some reason. Okay, somebody is in line of sight for that thing. Great. That guy seems to get worse. Like, it seems like it's the opposite. Every time we put another point in accuracy for him, he gets worse. Come on. There we go. I see, there's two of them. The rocket Overwatch did not go off. Okay. All right. Success. They did it. That's 3 hive guards so far. How dare you, pyrovores, do this to me? Back to our spot. Miss again. We're hitting only 50% of our shots, which is not good. All right, I guess that's good enough. They're gonna get to run up freely here. I don't even have it on fast forward. I don't know why they're lagging up all their way up here. Oh. Okay. 2 of those. That's a bit more problematic. Yeah, that purple, like I said before, has got to be all the directions that it's protected from. They're both moving in at the same time. Means flanking is not going to be easy. But they'll have to choose a target. Which means we can flank that one on the right first. Oh, come on, man. I was going to say, now's not the time. Not when these things are right in front of you. How awful. Yeah, not great. Come on, bud. Jeez, it completely wasted the reason I went back here. At least he pulled it off in the end. Alright, gotta move everybody out of order, just, not get swarmed. And that was the last one. Okay. I don't see why we would change our team at this point, even if they give us something really good here. Act 9, Locust Hive Ship. The Imperial counterattack at the Lantern was a success. The Hive Fleet is in disarray. Now is the chance to deliver the fatal blow. The kill team must board the Locust Hive Ship and deploy a Vortex bomb. If successful, the main fleet will be sucked into the warp and the sector will be saved. Hey, that's the art from the Codex. That's like the 8th and, what is it, 8 and 7? Something like that? Codex? Definitely not 9 and 10. It's the iteration before the 10th Codex. The 9 and 10 Codex. But having crashed through the outer skin of the Hive Ship, the kill team are now inside. They must make their way down the throat of the vessel towards the heart.
Welcome to the Eye of the Storm. You have never failed before, nor must you now. The Vortex bomb must be set in the heart of the Hive Ship. In this moment, only victory matters, no matter what its cost.
Ooh, I like the look of this place, though. Very Leviathan. Looks less like a hive ship and, or like a, living Leviathan temple. Well, we just kind of walked right into it now, so we gotta deal with what we can here. Now that sure did nothing for us. Yeah, they're gonna get a free big shot off on us. Turn 1. Oh, great! We hit a crit. Perfect. No sign of anything else. Yeah, this guy's gonna have to use his self-heal immediately. Both med packs down, turn 1, basically. Oh, this thing gets a cutscene now? This thing gets a cutscene, like, at some point, this was actually its introduction, and they just, like, rolled it back, and they put it in other stuff, too. All right, now we gotta back up. Thought it was actually getting to attack for a second. I was like, what the hell is this? Okay. It's gotta pick which side it goes to. It only has 3 AP. I wonder if that was the... I wonder if it was the guy that it just attacked. How there's like a 2% chance that the enemy will lose an AP. It had to have been that ability that just did that to it. You can do it. They had to have rolled those back into the earlier game, because that really, because that's like a boss fight, that really seemed like that was supposed to be the introduction to that thing. And it's just like no problem to us. At this point, we like clearly knew how to overcome it easily. Using those two guys in the Hive Tyrant boss fight to take down that Brood Lord, that definitely, I think, was one of my favorite things to try and pull off. So far in the game, I think that, the Carnifex fight, and that bridge escape, the super inconvenient one where the bridge lowered and then you had to get across, those three were probably my favorite missions out of everything. They were also the hardest ones, but I think they were my favorites. They were actually pretty engaging. Wow, is this it? We just run to the exit now? If that really is all it is, then it is really clear that that thing was supposed to be new at this point. Well, fuck. Oh, Jesus, and there's 2 Hive Guards behind it. Okay, half of its health down from one turn. That's a good sign. Hopefully it will block the way for those Hive Guard. Ooh, get away from my rocket guy. Not good. He's already dead? No! Okay, it's done. Now we just have to finish off the stragglers. Come on, you gotta hit something. There we go. Well, that was certainly easier than the first time we encountered the Carnifex. They flushed us out in terms of trying to get rid of our heals right away. But it didn't matter. We were able to do the 4K in damage a lot easier, a lot faster. Gotta be quick with that before it deselects the unit. Oh, just like that. Unfortunate, no XP for Ixion. Another grenade we'll never use. The kill team has reached the inner reaches of the hive ship. They must now reach the heart pit to deploy the Vortex bomb. You know, just the fact that this is the cover that they used for the Codex dates this game, right? It dates it to, like, what Codex was around at the time that this came out. But then again, art featuring the Tyrannofax does as well.
Can you hear me? Vox comms have been disrupted. You must reach the platform edge to set the Vortex bomb.
Must reach the platform edge to place the Vortex bomb. Okay, I mean, this seems like a trap to me. Just saying. Well, we can't hit anybody from here? Fine. Oh yeah, he's gonna get messed up over there. Accuracy boost, miss almost all my shots. See. Gonna have to hope this is enough. Oh, I thought that other one was a pyrovore. I thought it was like 2 pyrovores. I was like, wow, this is some pretty sneaky positioning, but it was not. I mean, it kind of was sneaky positioning, but like not as sneaky as I thought it was. That definitely seems to be what they're doing here, though. Sneaky positioning leading up to getting to the end of here, but surely when we get to the end here, it's gonna have us defend the location for a certain amount of time or something. Really, it can't be just getting to the edge. Whoops. The one guy we did not want to have aggro. The last guy to move up somehow is the one that found the enemy. Okay, well, let's just go here. Blast away. Blast away again. Nobody is gonna go past this Carnifex carapace used as an environmental object for some reason. That is definitely what that is. They just scanned in the Carnifex carapace separate from the Carnifex. They just didn't build the Carnifex, and they scanned it in as an object itself, and then used it as an environmental terrain piece. You know, I remember, for those that don't know, when they finally moved on from 4th edition, the first big Tyranid that they rolled out after that was the Tyrannofex. And sure, you could do the Tyrannofex and the Turvagon and all that, and that was relatively cool, but at the same time, I remember being disappointed when the Tyrannofex came out because of the vast amount of options that you had with the Carnifex. I was expecting that. I thought it was going to be like the next step up, especially because it's, you know, you use the name. It's the Tyrannofex. You said this is the better version. This is like the bigger, bulkier, superior version to the Carnifex, but that is not what we got. Excuse me? Hive Tyrant's back. Very unfortunate. If I had known the exact square that this would happen on, I would have made sure to get all of our AP back first. Well, they are dead unless they dodge. Ooh, I see. Infinite as is the gimmick of this one. Gotta hit something. You gotta hit. Let's back up just one square. Okay, this is good, though. 1 miss. 2 miss. He'll live. Fantastic. Great. Couldn't have been better. Okay, something else crawling up from the edge. Down to 166. There we go. All right, everybody get in there. Wow, look at that gaping maw. That's interesting that you can actually, like, just, like, bring the camera over there and look over the edge. I guess that does make sense. You just throw the Vortex bomb off the edge into that. I can't imagine how tough this game would be if you were stuck with the level 1, like the tier 1 units all the way through. This probably would be a nightmare if that was the case. The Deathwatch have reached the bomb site, but the hive mind has realized what they intend. The kill team must defend the Vortex bomb against the onslaught. Yeah, being on a hive ship would be a perfect time to introduce, like, the really massive creatures that you, like, never see. Like the Norn Queen. Like, at least we have seen a variation
This
of the...
act may be the last in your service to the Emperor. Remember your oaths and honor your chapter. Only in death does duty end.
At least we have seen a depiction of a dominatrix, even if it was, like, a second edition codex that, like, is no way representative of the, like, modern style of Tyranids, but at least there was something. There's definitely never been a Norn Queen design ever. How to do this? Yeah, we don't have a grade 5 spot. If we go below these spikes, then we have a spot where all 5 can stand, but that might be too close to spawning zones. Okay, there's no music for some reason. But yeah, I'm guessing that they're gonna spawn from the left and right here. And going here, we're not gonna have a great angle either. By standing here, the only one who loses out on a decent angle is that guy on the far left. So, oh well, we'll make do with this spot. Oh, that's a Broodlord. Wow, that must mean we're gonna have to face everything here. Maybe we should stand over there by the edge. Overwatch it is. Okay, both missed. At least that one hit. Ooh, well, there's problematic stuff right around the corner. Get out of the way of the Hive Guard. That might still count as... I sure hope it doesn't count, but it might. Somebody sees him, apparently. It might be him. Oh, yeah. Probably is him. Should not have fired that last shot. Should have moved 2 squares away. Oh, but line of sight is blocked. Thank you. Thank you, Broodlord. You know, I miss the old school Broodlord, the one... There was the one that looked like it should be, like, standing up on the rock. Like in Helm's Deep, where there's that Urukai, like yelling as the Urukai approach. Like, the old school Broodlord was doing one of those poses, like the rest of the Tyranids would be advancing, and it should be on a rock yelling kind of thing. Just that pose was great. Not many places they can go. Okay, not so bad. Two action points wasted. Okay, great. All right, we did it. I see. Tyrant Guard coming on in. Clopping forward. Alright, everybody else, Overwatch this direction. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, that worked. I didn't know they could come up that way. Oh, great. They got over there with a attack left. Well, we're doing this side first. Okay, still can't target. The Tyrant Guard, oh well. Oh, come on, you gotta hit. Okay. Success. Now what? They gonna send a Carnifex after us now? We faced the 3 other boss things. The Tyrant Guard, the Brood Lord, and the Hive Guard. Back to formation. Oh, yes. It indeed is a Carnifex. Good first hit. Still 2 AP left. Ooh, bad. Okay, not so bad. Come on. That Pyrovore is over there. That's certainly problematic. Miss. Miss. Nope, dead. One more miss. Leave him alone. That looks like it missed. $94 could have been worse. Ooh. 700 is very good. One, two, three, four. Okay, we're in the clear. That's it. We win. The Vortex bomb thing is still making noise. Okay. An Emperor's Champion style veteran. That's pretty fancy. The Vortex bomb has activated. Reality is tearing apart. The kill team must make a desperate escape while the hive ship collapses into the warp behind them. Or the Emperor. Okay. We've done it. We've made it to the finale. Apothecaries are rare Space Marine units that make good support units. The Apothecary is definitely who would use that. The Drill Chainsword. We just never actually got one. Which I'm sure they probably have a heal ability. That's probably why they're so rare. They don't want you to have a heal ability. Maybe they start becoming more
victorious. The hive ship is collapsing into the warp. Keep ahead of the vortex and you will survive.
Maybe they drop more frequently once you're on the higher difficulties is what I was gonna say. Oh man, how fast do we gotta be? Okay, everybody just run forward. Well, we are far ahead of the pace so far. It's nice that it does have the danger zone telling us how far we gotta go. Just a couple of gaunts. Just some gaunts, no big deal. Oh yeah, our heavy weapons guy is running for his life over there. Lag, why you lag? Okay, at least we'll be able to attack one of them. I don't know if we even should. What if there's something worse behind them and we reveal it? That is what happened. That's exactly what happened. Okay, here we go. This guy has to do this. Then he needs to go here. This guy needs to go here. Rocket guy needs to do this. Should have used the accuracy ability. Oh yeah, no time to mess around with this thing. We gotta go. Ooh, all the action point reductions actually helped out, though. This thing is taking too long. We gotta get out of here. Oh my god, man. Come on. Now is not the time to be missing. Okay, stop deselecting. Damn you, game. Decent progress. I'm sure we're gonna have to see a Carnifex and a Hive. Well, we already saw a Hive Guard, right? I'm sure we're gonna have to see a Tyrant Guard and a Carnifex and a Hive Tyrant still. Yep. You can't turn like that to face me. I was gonna hit your weak spot. What the hell? Who's it gonna go for? Okay, that's who I thought it was gonna go for. And there's the Carnifex. Great, what a waste. Probably should have saved this for the Carnifex, but whatever. If just one of those shots, if one of those Melta shots had hit, that thing would be dead. Not a miss. That didn't miss either. That did, though. That did not. Hooray. %, down. Okay, less than 1K left. Good. And everyone's standing 4 now. Unless the Carnifex might take somebody out, but for now, everybody's still standing. Which is good if we still gotta face a Hive Tyrant. Yeah, 4 attacks left. I don't know, this is gonna be bad. 2 more misses? 1 miss? Okay, come on. Nope, yeah, that was too much to ask for, but he used all of his attacks on the one guy, so could have been a lot worse. That was not a bad outcome to that at all. Okay, back to me. I'm presuming the Hive Tyrant's gonna be right around this little scenery object. Something be moving. Yes, hello, Hive Tyrant. I want that Pyrovore gone. Wish granted. Is this gonna be a good enough angle to hit it? It is. Yeah, this is a neat final level. It's like a boss rush kind of thing. I really forget what those things are called. That definitely was a later weapon that got introduced for the Hive Tyrants. That definitely was like past 4th edition codex for sure. Or are they twin-linked devourers? Is it that? Is it the... Yeah, it might just look weird, because they had those as an option back in the old codexes, but like there wasn't a physical model for them. I think that is what they are. It's like it's the double shotguns. I forgot about those. I forgot what the model for them looked like, at least. Okay, he missed 2, or he missed 1. He missed 1, but he came in clutch. He did quite a lot of damage. He definitely did the most damage that round. We're doing fine. We've got plenty of time. Oh, we blasted something that was behind him. I don't want the Melta. I don't want Melta Man to become a target, so we're moving the rocket guy up too. It worked. He did get targeted. Gonna start off with him this time. In fact, we can use this. Never mind, it didn't count. For some reason. Those moves seem like they don't work unless the entire enemy is in, like, your radius. Half doesn't count for some reason. You gotta land this man. Well, shit, that's problematic. So close. As long as there's not a second Hive Tyrant up here, we're okay. Alright, well, we pretty much have done it. Unless the explosion jumps up all the way up here. Yes, it is indeed my turn. Get in there. Now, what do we get for beating the game? Do we get a fancy cutscene?
My most honored brothers, the Hive ship has been cast into the warp. When it emerges, it will be far from here. The remains of the Hive fleet is already drifting in search of its lost kin. If they should find one another again, this tendril of the Leviathan may rise once more. But until that day, there are other duties and oaths to fulfill. We are the nightmares of our enemies. We are the fine blade that pierces the heart. We are the Deathwatch.
Okay, I mean,
this sector will never fall.
Yeah, we didn't get a real cutscene, but that's okay. How much XP? Look at all that. Look at all that Marmaroth XP. One last loot pack to open up. Well, we did it. We beat Deathwatch. Too bad that we don't get some super fancy cutscene, but that's okay. Wow, fitting. I mean, the heavy bolter is good. That is good. Oh, and it's a Space Wolf one. So maybe only Space Wolves can use it. But fitting that we get trash tier items for the reward of beating the game. 2 out of 3 at least. But alright. Guess that's where I'm calling it. So, thanks for watching. Goodbye.